Okay, I'm here. I just posted my garbage everywhere in Discord. And now I need an opponent, I just realized. Let me check. Who is this friend? It's Abra. Maybe we can play against him.
Why is it so quiet? Whoa!
Macer
Holy
resub, thank you. There is a YouTube link, so I guess before I can play Abra, I have to watch that. Nice. I have to watch a Macer vid first because he resubbed. Otherwise, I would never look at it, of course. Do I leak anything? Let me block the screen first. No, that's the black box. It's not the browser. I don't know what the private window shows in YouTube. I never use YouTube in a private window. Oh, it's just a music video? I think? I don't know if you can hear that over the Duelyst music. It is. It's very loud. I don't know if it's also loud for the stream watchers, but for me it's extremely loud. Holy shit, I have to... I think you guys can hear this over the Duelyst music. Use I have Marble Suit Gundam. Isn't Gundam a fucking Korean toy series? There was something like Gundam Airport Toys or something. Yeah, this stuff. Isn't this Gundam? Korean children are really into this. Oh, this means I can't upload it to YouTube. Well, get right into no YouTube video for you. Maybe I can just cut out the beginning, but that feels like effort. Those Duelyst videos get like 10 views, so... A real sailor also set sail on the Red Sea. Expression. Who cares? Oh, then I will pause it. I was saying that a real sailor also sets sail on the Red Sea, right? It's my girlfriend's period tomorrow. I wanted you to know that. I listened to like 20 covers of the song by now. Why are there so many covers of the same song? Must be a popular song then. Japanese pop music is always so hyper, but at least it's not as boring as K-pop. I don't know why, but the Japanese pop is a lot more listenable to me. There's usually more going on, you know? It's a bit more complex. K-pop is very... it's basically just American pop. Crazy Kelvin. That's actually a perfect description. Probably because in Japan, I really noticed when living there, people have way more diverse music taste than in Korea. Japanese people love jazz, rock and metal, besides the normal stuff like pop and hip-hop. And jazz, rock and metal are not really a thing in Korea. So it's not really surprising that the music they make is also less diverse. Okay, let's play versus Abra. It's not really J-pop. How do you call this? Why is the Duelyst music that? Oh, because I made my volume super low. Holy shit, that song was really loud then. Because I just couldn't hear Duelyst off this. Against Magmar, it's usually not that good. Can be nice for the Rush Boy, I guess. But I would rather get a Spectral Blade. Maybe not even a Rejuve either. Yeah, let's replace both of these. Sure, you can play this turn 2, but then it's just a 2-mana 4/4 most likely. No healing. This also helps with the Rush Boy, so maybe we just keep this hand. Yeah, for people that just tuned in and didn't see the tournament stream yesterday, I decided to play Sabovet. It went horrible. And in the same stream, when I had to kill time, I built this deck in a few minutes, just like the Sabovet deck, because I was late, as usual, submitting anything. And then this deck did way better after the tournament in friendlies than the Sabo shit that I deleted. But I wanted to play Sabovet because it seemed fun. And it was fun, actually. But not good, at least not for me. So we could kill that. We can play all these cards, but then we're kind of low on hand size. And we don't actually protect... We don't actually protect the mini jacks, right? Or do we? No, we do. We can. We get fucked by Plasma, but that will be his whole turn. And then we just play 4-mana Rejuve, and that's not horrible. Then we get back on hand size. Maybe a bit of a waste of a lure, considering we're playing against Schmegmar. Because it's basically removal against Magmar. Here or here better? I guess for Flash Mecanter it's better to put it here. Otherwise Flash Mecanter is a real play if I put it one forward. Yeah, that's nice with Nova deck. You don't really care if Magmar has the perfect answer every time, because it just makes the game longer, and that's good for you. Because Magmar answers are good, but they're also expensive. Well, Plasma and Meta are expensive. The other things, not so much. Oh no, Plasma. I mean, this thing living doesn't really matter in my deck anyway. No, it doesn't live regardless. I need to find Birth of the Unburden. Because he could flash Arcan at any point. Maybe I just play 2 Bastions then. The reason I take damage on the Mystic and not on my face to preserve this guy's health is because against Magmar, if your board sticks, I think you just have to use it. And this deck needs to make it to the late game, and then it kind of just wins, even against control Magmar. I think I'm just gonna run away from him with a nice banishing is also good. I do this passive play so that it's harder for him to go face against me. There's one little stupid thing I did though. I put my own minion on the creep tile so I can't lure something on the creep. But I have banishing to correct that mistake, I guess. And I didn't want him to hit this Mystic, but I could have put the Bastion just one lower. I guess it does prevent him from taking middle tile, that's nice. And I also want to start spacing out. That's also a reason why I went backwards for Mecanter, because next turn he has Mecanter, then I don't want to be anywhere near my Bastions. I don't see how your deck wins against control Magmar. We have a lot of burn, no? Outkill your entire deck. Maybe I underestimate how much healing it has. I guess we will see, right? This is control Magmar versus creep, so we can find out if the deck has enough damage. Because if you think it doesn't, I should play more aggressive than I'm doing now. For the Macros you lost to God second, they had never played the game before. That sounds very familiar. Well, I did play the game before when I became world champion, but I had never played mech before. Literally 0 games. Not even once as a noob. Just... Whoa, shit, he gave his Vindicator rush. That's OP. Yeah, I totally forgot that mech is your general in this game. Even though that's like the reason why it's fun. We could Night Sorrow one of them. I guess we do have to do that at some point, right? And then... Mystic doesn't die to Harvester, unlike Gloom Chaser, so let's replace that. It also heals me, obviously. Any Breath of the Unborns plus? I'm lucky he didn't Flash Arcan, honestly. I do have this, but I have so many minions on board that Breath is probably stronger, especially because it would also kill the Vindicator. I'm trying to space out against Macanta here. I don't like being stuck against the wall, but I need to make his cards dead. Macanta also just does too much damage. It's 8 damage total. There's the Macanta. And if it doesn't hit face, then I don't really care. I wish I had 7 mana already. So we could banish that Macanta, but I need that for big boys. Yeah, I can't really go and Night Sorrow that because of the frenzy over here. Maybe I should just go in and hit it preemptively so that I get full heal values. I don't really care about this if I walk backwards myself, because then it can't even hit me in the face. You see, it can move 2 forward and then the Russian can move 2 forward, so if I go into the corner, I don't have to care about this. It would be really nice if I can just kill this in a breath, but I still don't have one. I do think it's worth playing both cards, because next turn I probably Nova anyway. Although we are playing against a good player, so maybe Nova will be dead next turn actually. It would be nice if I had Revenant. I want Breath and I want Revenant, then I'll feel comfortable. And I wanted this card earlier too. Now it's a bit late, but it's still not bad. Would have been very good last turn. Just Oko this Macanta. This game's draws have been a bit weird. I haven't drawn badly. I've used my mana every turn. But the things I actually wanted were never there. Still can't really complain. It's not like I drew actually bad. And he also hasn't been drawing amazingly. No flashes. Oh, that's new. Breath is starting to get expensive at this point. Create a fourth. Okay, so maybe it's not Control Magmar, maybe it's a bit more tempo-y. I mean, you can definitely play both these cards in Control Magmar anyway, I think. All these cards could be good. I like this for going face, for example. But I do think I should replace it. Because if I just remove everything he plays, then he Can't really kill me. Okay, I think we just go face. Here is maybe better for me. So then it's harder for him to reach me. And for the rush minion, it would be nice if it could go here, because then the rush minion has to walk onto a creep tile. You see that? If I'm here, I can move 2 forward, and then these are the only 2 squares. So maybe I use Suicide my Mystic into the Dancing Blade so that I don't get McCantered. I want to do face damage though. I think I don't really care about McCanter that much. There we go, Breath. It's probably gonna be too expensive at this point, but I do like my play that if he wants to rush something into my face, it has to be on the creep tile. Got another Nova, that's not bad. Okay, no McCanter, because we can only place it on the creep tile now. You are getting a bit overwhelmed, but we might be fine because of Breath. I think if he plays Arcane 2 drop, we are screwed though. Yeah, our Breath is too expensive now. Like I said, we're getting a bit overwhelmed. We can, however, this Banishing Lure, that will do a lot. This would also be nice to put in there. We have Grasps in the deck. That's the card I really need. Grasp over here solves a lot of my issues. This will become 8, so yeah, that's also not an option. Don't really know what to replace here. Revenant solves issues a little bit, I guess. We can stall a turn and do some damage. What can we kill the most with? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm allowing him too much of a board over here. Don't know if I can punch him, but I think I have to. He is getting low. And I'm only staring down 2 damage at the moment. And I have another Nova. I do have 2 Grasps in the deck. That would have been amazing. A Grasp over here, then I just play Blade Grasp and lure something. Or I think then I would be able to play Breath after that. I mean, if he doesn't play more minions, we're fine. But he does play more minions, right? Yeah, it's 10 mana now. Looks like I haven't really removed the board enough this game. That's what this looks like. Obviously. I'm probably just dead next turn. Although Nova Lure is very strong here. Maybe we're fine. Maybe we can just cheese in the corner. This is the most damage, although the Rush Boy could maybe do more damage. Not sure which one to kill. Because yeah, it depends on what he has in his hand, which one does more damage, right? We haven't really seen super big things. It might be some kind of tempo-ish Magmar. I haven't really seen a typical control card from him yet. That's probably also because I'm not really playing board. Actually, should I punch? How much is it? 8, 9. He goes pretty low, but I don't have any damage in my hand. I don't think I can punch. Man, this is so cheese. I mean, it is a bit. 27 mana behind on board, indeed. Yeah, I was thinking Breath will save me, but he has too much of a board for me to be saved by that. Yeah, that's a relatively big boy. It is indeed some kind of more aggro deck, I think. That's what it looks like. So we can remove his entire board with this. It would also be nice to kill him. I'm afraid we're just gonna die next turn, but we don't really have another option here. Is there a way to kill him, maybe? Because this is enough damage, but I don't think I can reach him, right? No, there's no way to do that. I don't think I can walk up to him. Then just Mecanter Greater Fort is death. I can't allow him to punch me. This hand is so weird, man. It's not very good either. He is semi-low on cards and he has only 1 fort left in his deck. But this type of deck would probably play Elucidators, no? If it's indeed a more aggressive Magmar, which it seems to be. Which also means I misplayed based on misreading the deck. Because I think if you know you're against aggro Magmar, then you care a bit more about them having a board, maybe. Because they can actually kill you fast. If we get the last Nova, then he dies to that. But that will be very lucky. He does indeed have a Mecanter. Without a fort. I would rather keep all the blades, honestly, than 2 banishings. The game is not going to be that long. The Jaxi is actually very good, because it means we don't die to the last Mecanter. Oh wait, I don't have mana for that shit. What? For some reason I thought I could play both of these and use this as a very good blocker. That's not the case. So I'm not sure what I was thinking here. Oh, oops. It's on the fucking creep tile, isn't it? Okay, could have won the game. Could have played Jaxi. Now we lose. I didn't see it was on the creep tile. Well, I also didn't check. Just brain AFK. Because with that Jaxi, the chance we would live here would be a lot higher. We would probably be dead anyway, because he actually plays damage. No, then we would have lived if it was just Mecanter. So yeah, own mistake. That's not the only mistake that game, really. I didn't expect him to just play a Mecanter on the creep. Was that also a misplay by him? Or was there just no way for him to Mecanter me will not creep. Anyway, that was probably winnable if that was all he had. And I didn't really play for the board enough. Because yeah, I thought he was playing control. I didn't expect him to play minions. Control plays minions, but only big ones, you know. And I had banishing and stuff. Throw on Bastion is so troll. But it means I don't waste an opening gambit. But let's just see. I feel like it's very troll to open with Bastion, but when you can also play a minion that can actually move and attack. I felt like we both didn't have great draws last game. Both kind of mid. Yeah, you see, if I played the Mystic, I could just kill this. I still can, but then I have to spend 2 cards. I'm not going to do that. How much do I care about this hitting my face? When I have Spectral Blade after that. Yeah, I basically did this to test, you know. Is it legit to play this first? And I felt like it wasn't going to be, and it feels true. Maybe we place this first. Jack's Eye. I like that, I guess. Maybe we should draw first. Yeah, that also means the Jaxie's not dead on board, actually, if I do that. Because it can't walk diagonally, the Phalanx are. No fear, just walk into a 5-5 without a real board. I need to get out of this Bastion hell, by the way, because of Flash Mecanter. It's already pretty fucked this turn, Flash Mecanter. Maybe I should have played more passively, but I felt like that was one of the reasons I lost last game. Because you can also just drop a minion here and walk 2 up and put a Bastion in a place where he can't be Flash Mecantered. But looks like he doesn't have it. I think he would have played it if he had it. I feel like this is good enough, no? Because your Mecanter lives and you kill the Jaxie. You can also kill a Bastion if you want, but I would personally just ignore that as a Magmar. At least against Abyss. Is that a Blood here? Because he's targeting me. No, it's a Mystic. It just looked like he was targeting me. I didn't see that last game. Maybe it's a different deck. I don't know, but that's fucked. Pretty sure we lost the game. That card is very underrated. I've played against it a bit before in this version. And if you're just not playing a face ping deck, then it's kind of just GG. I guess we can lure that thing away. I feel like I can't punch his face. Yes, I can take 2 charges away this turn if I do. But then I just die because he has 1 more. And I'm gonna lure this and he will have this Mystic on board. Do I have face pings? I have Grasp. I wish I hadn't replaced that, I guess. It would be pretty strong here. But even Grasp, I would just give him a million attack on his face, actually. Yes, I would clear board nicely and ping his face. But he would still have 2 charges left if I... So it wouldn't actually work either. Okay, I need to do something. I just need to make sure he can't hit my face with the artifact and that I get it off his face with my minions. Yeah, it looks like it's indeed not control Magmar. If it's the same deck, it's some kind of aggro with this as a finisher if he gets bored. And yeah, his deck actually plays board. It's nice to see Magmar in a different way. Maybe that's stronger than I think. I feel like control Magmar is the best Magmar, but Twin Fang is definitely scary. Was replacing with 6 cards and hand is criminal. Yeah, I was thinking about what to replace and then I started roping, so I was like, let's just play before I get fucked. I did want to replace, but stuck in a cycle of overthinking and talking to chat. Oh, he does play some control cards. I'm happy with this though. Well, maybe not, because it means he can hit me in the face with the artifact. It's not too much damage. It's just 8 and then I clear it. You know, he doesn't develop anything. Really the only bad thing about this turn for me is the amount of damage he does to my face. This is a mini Jax, this is a crawler. If I suicide this is a Bastion, that's better to put into his face. Yeah, this always happens. I don't want to be near any minions of my own because of Macantor. So I could play this, I guess, to preserve these bodies. Is nice for my breath. This is a mini Jax, so this boy goes away. We haven't seen Harvester last game, but I would think he plays it because it actually has synergy with Twin Fang. But maybe he plays too much board to play Harvester. This does look like a Harvester play though. The way he's setting this up. Yeah, don't really care though. Now I would care if I didn't have Lure, but I do have Lure. I wonder if I can just punch his face with this artifact now. I could also just Breath, I guess, that's more mana efficient. It's just, he can't really play the game if there is a Harvester on board. Because he's playing a board-based deck. I feel like it benefits me. That's why I'm not sure what I should replace. Because keeping the Lure is nice for the 9 mana turn that might come up, right? But yeah, I feel like luring this away helps me, no? It also means I can just kill this later with a Breath. But I don't want to replace these things. So I don't know what to replace here. Maybe I should replace one of these, but... Let's see what happens if I just lure it and go face. I guess replacing for 2-drop doesn't really make sense because the 2-drop just plays into Macantor anyway. This would be the only good 2-drop I could get on the replays there. Oh, you are streaming? Yes, indeed. And playing pretty badly too. Okay, now I have an easy replace in my hand. Twin Fang is actually annoying because it means I can't really kill his board. Now I regret not killing this as well. It doesn't do damage, right? It just kills, yeah. So I guess I should play that. Because then he doesn't get more charges. If I stay where I am, it's harder for him to block me. But Mittal would also be nice to have. I guess if he wants to block me, he needs to play into Nova, right? I'm just not replacing in this case. Putting on another artifact on my face is actually nice for certain rush fortitude plates or him going face against me. Because I am probably pretty close to dying here. Or already dead. He doesn't need much because of the Twin Fang. I've noticed, Macer and Kelvin, that I really struggle with artifacts in this version of Duelyst. Unless I play Vet, but you know, that's cheating. Yeah, probably dead. That's 2 triggers on the Twin Fang. But maybe the Spectral Blades save us. Don't think so. I didn't count. We are not dead yet, but this is only 2 more damage. 10, right? Or is this slow? Well, upgrade. Update now. We're indeed not dead, but I can't kill him either, so we are dead. Yeah, we can just punch him. Even with Songhai, Regalia was just impossible to deal with. That's also because I don't play Phoenix Fire, I guess, and 4 Winds, sure, but... Missed the Banishing today already. I didn't miss it, Macer. I missed the Creep Tile. I did not miss the Banishing. That was actually the problem, that I didn't miss the Banishing. Hey, there is a card called Artifact Definer. Nice meme. I thought you were going to say Darkseed because that got removed from the game. Yeah, Rustcrawler does exist, but I don't want to play that card because it's garbage. It's a 2/2. I think maybe it's worth playing in hyper control decks where you don't care about your 2-drops. Where all 2-drops are just utility. Yeah, the first game I should have definitely won. I just misplayed that very hard. Maybe we should keep this because of Flash, but he just played the Flash. Seems a bit bricky for the early game, especially when he just played the Flash. And he doesn't seem to be playing Arcane in that deck. Which boy do we put here and which one here? We could actually do, because it's Phalanxar, we can do a play I would normally not make. That's this. Let's see what happens. Because normally I would do me in here. But because Phalanxar cannot actually go and hit this caller, maybe this is more annoying for him. Another boy. Grasp plus. Okay, I guess Banishing is actually useful. I could lure the other one, but that's -1 card. Do I really need 6 damage Nova? It's nice for Dancing Blades, I guess. It's just my hand size, you know, if I play this. It doesn't really do anything. I think I can't afford to play this, even though this is my only other color. I only play 2. And yeah, 6 damage Nova is nice for Dancing Blades, which he plays. But I can also just Revenant Dancing Blades, so... I can get some value out of this Mystic before banishing it, actually, so maybe I should do that. I feel like that's the optimal play. Because if I banish the Crawler, then I don't get 2 damage, right? If you banish your Mystic here, you still get 2 damage out of both minions. He's low on cards now. That would have been... Well, no, because of the Great Effort, this didn't really help, actually. I was lucky to get 3 plays bucked into the banishing, although we could have also just lured it away and kill it later with Breath. Yeah. I agree. This doesn't do damage. That's pretty nice. For the Twin Fang. Do I just keep this hand? After all, 6 mana, this could be strong. Because the only thing I could play with Rejuve this turn is my only other Crawler, which I don't even want to play. So maybe I just don't replace and hope I get Revenant Nova by 7 mana. Because against his deck, there actually are Night Sorrow targets. He plays 2 drops and Rush Boy. I need to keep this, can help with the artifact. I probably want this to not die, actually, now that I think about it. And that's a bit annoying, because then I can't block this tile. Actually, no, I don't mind if he hits this. Because then his artifact is gone. The question is, where do I want him to be when he hits that? Stuck against the wall. Because I could also play it closer to me. Actually, I should have probably just played it here then, because then it can help me with a minion here. He can now go behind my back and play a minion here. He does take creep damage, but that's just 1. So that's doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, that's also a reason to put the Rejuve there, so that he can't block the tile. I was just like, you know, if he wants to hit that, I want him to not be in the middle, be upstairs. Okay, I'm going to take a big hit anyway. Casual 10 damage for 3 mana. And he already did a lot of damage with it before, you know? Well, not a lot, actually. That's actually not true, because I hit it with my general first. So yeah, Lure, Grasp. This for the heal is nice. And then I can also spread out against Mccanter. Wait, it doesn't work. The egg doesn't get displaced into here, I just realized. In that case, I'll just... This way Mccanter will be kind of a dead card. Kind of. And this way I get some healing this turn. That seems necessary. Yeah, the Lure Grasp would have been cool, but it doesn't work. I don't think that teleports the egg. I think it dies first. And you don't teleport the egg after that because, you know, it doesn't exist when you lure. Void Pulse is probably also why artifacts were never a problem. You know, I could just cut the crawlers for blood tears. Cut the 2 crawlers for 2 blood tears. That's always my problem with crawler. Yes, amping your Nova is really nice. But it just doesn't really do anything before that. I don't need this. I will go to full hand after this turn because I'll just Nova his face and run away. Interactive gameplay. Question is, where is the correct positioning for that? Either way, he can crawl into a corner. I guess this kind of place is worse for him because then if he goes 2 down, I still hit him with 3 creep tiles. Well, if I put it like here and he moves to up. Oh, then I still hit him with 3 creep tiles. No, don't know what I'm thinking. Then a more central location is good, I suppose. Yeah, whatever. We don't need to interact with him. He's not playing control that can out-heal our deck, so... You would have been a lot better last turn, but it's okay. We now at least have very powerful lures. They do 6 damage. We can just kill a Dancing Blades with a single lure. I think the only reason Abra can win now is because he actually plays damage. There is damage, I assume. I haven't seen a single breath yet. That would probably be nice next turn. Yeah, that's exactly the minion I expected to come out. Because that fucks my Spectral Blade and he took the tile to get 5 mana. Yeah, that's why I said he can still win. Because I'm pretty low now. That's 1 off, right? Unfortunate. It's not the first time I get punished for not playing aggressive. Man, imagine if it just had fucking breath here. Is there a lure play I can make? Yeah, it's 1 off. Play 2 Blood Tears without a body. Also, that means if I had played the Crawler earlier, when I was like, it's not worth to play it, I would have also won here. I don't know how you can predict these kind of things. You remember earlier in the game I had my only other Crawler, and I was like, I'll be too low on cards if I play this, it's not worth it. Maybe I should be less conservative with my cards. Because Abra went down to no cards on like turn 3. And as you can see, it doesn't really matter. So if I lose this game, there are 2 reasons. 1, not playing Crawler. 2, not playing aggressive enough, not walking into him. Also not drawing Breath. Like, I haven't had a single one. Even though I've seen a lot of cards at this point. And that's the last Vindicator, I think. Or is it just 2? I'm not sure. Next turn we just die to Macanter. He didn't play any. Yeah. It's over. Also, he can just rush a minion, but I'll play it out, I guess. I will allow him to kill me. Maybe just as an experiment, the next few games, I should just do what is the best play that turn and don't care about hand size. Because that's something I always do, right? That's kind of my playstyle. But this is not the first example where that loses me the game. Oh, Calvin wants to play. Calvin challenged me, but we can play more soon. Hand size never mattered, yeah. Maybe it's just a misplay to not play all my fucking cards. Because it does happen very often that the opponent makes a play and I'm like, that's a bad play, you have no cards now, and it just doesn't matter. Maybe I underestimate the power of having those cards on board, right? Maybe cards in hand are not so important. There's a way to make hand size matter. How? Oh, nice. Nice meme. This can be strong. Because of Rush Boy, but whatever. I want Spectral Blades. I just haven't gotten a single Spectral Blade in the early game, these last few games. Walk 45 minutes per day. I walk more than that per day. I walk at least a bit more than an hour per day. I will not waste the opening gambit. I might want to be able to ping this with my crawler. Pre-ping it, because this is pretty annoying with Greater Fort. Unless you pre-damage it, then it's a lot easier to deal with. We can always get Flash Mccanter. There's not really anything we can do about that when we play Bastion. Or are we both in different games? Not sure I accepted your game, but now versus Abra. Not that I really care, but it's indeed weird. Okay, GG. I can't deal with that. This thing helps. And this helps as well, because I will have a lot of minions on board. And I can make sure he can't play Harvester, because that would then completely fuck us. I think I need to keep this, because maybe I have to play Lure Mystic next turn, and maybe I just play Rejuve next turn. Crawler is really handy here, because I wouldn't be able to play 2+3 here and kill this properly if I didn't. Because obviously I want to run this into his face, right? Because of the very scary artifact. I'll go here so that I can walk into the towel if I have to. I could also not hit with this thing now, because Flash Mccanter would... No, it's fine, because the Mccanter... No, the Mccanter... He can choose to kill the Mccanter instead of attacking the Bastion. Then he can hit me with the Twin Fang. And he also gets more ample on his Twin Fang too. And I'm not actually breaking the artifact this turn if I hit with this, so... I was like, I want to hit his artifact this turn with the Crawler, but maybe I don't. You know, if he has Flash Harvester, I lose anyway. So let's just not hit with it. But Flash Mccanter is now not necessarily... that doesn't mean I lose here. If I don't hit with this. We have Flash Harvester. The only reason I don't insta-lose is because Harvester doesn't kill my board immediately, right? It's at the end of the turn. Okay, he actually has it, I assume. Yes, classic. That means we lose, honestly. Now I wish I had hit with this. But I don't know what I can play around with. You know, I don't know what else I can do, I mean. Because Flash Mccanter and Flash Harvester are equally likely. I kind of want to concede because the game is definitely over. But it's also interesting to see what happens if you play it out, right? He plays Dancing Blade, so... He doesn't have Provoke, so I can just put it diagonally, right? Well, I could self-body block if he puts something here. So let's just put it behind our back. I don't know how you deal with this if you don't play a deck that has a lot of face pings or Russias. Like, you could say just get a better board, but as you could see, I had a better board and he just flashed Harvester, you know? You have Gloom Chaser, Hinova. Because what other 2-drops can you play? I already have Jaxi and Mystic. Gloom Chaser is still a very good turn 1 opener as player 1, you know? And after turn 1 is also still useful because you can chain into mana tiles, that's also a big deal. It also puts 4 damage on the board. But maybe you're right, maybe that's what I should cut for Blood Tears. It will make our early turns a lot worse, but maybe you're right. I don't know if there's a point in playing this out. Because I can't lure away Vav. Yeah, let's just concede, it's not really interesting anymore. Like, you need a board to deal with this if you don't play a phase deck. But you can't have a board against Magmar, so I'm not sure how you can deal with that. And Blood Tier is always great, so let's update this. In the games where he didn't have early Twin Fangs, we got close to winning every time and I lost to my own mistakes. But if he gets Twin Fang early, I don't think I misplayed, I just lost there. So that seems like I have a deck issue. Because this will also happen against Regalia for sure. Let's do triple Blood here instead of Gloom Chaser. I think Decoy might be right here. Creep, BTA. Yeah, maybe I cut the Colors for Shrouds for more control, but we would have already won the game if I had just played the other Crawler, right? So maybe it's not a bad card. Let's just only test this different thing. Where's Abra? Oh, he's gone. Where are you? And my friend is taking as long to eat as Faroka. Because you don't play co-op Lord of the absolute trash game. Did you go offline, Mr. Abra? I think I accepted 2 games. I accepted Yakyush, but I'm in the game with Kelvin now. Logged into Yakyush account, okay. I see. Yeah, I literally accepted both games. Who am I? Because we're both fucking Cassie. Okay, I'm that boy. That's not really useful against Abyss usually. Last time I regretted playing this first, but in these friendlies I do like to see what happens sometimes. Like, earlier I was like, this is probably incorrect to play that turn 1 instead of Mystic, and it indeed felt very bad. But let's try it another time and see what happens. He's also playing Creep. That is actually also a problem with Crawler, now that I think about it. It immediately telegraphs what you're playing. Do we need to replay something here? Not really. In the early game, this is what we want. Spectral Blade will be nice, but I think this hand assures that we don't have brick turns the next few turns, and that's nice. I don't care if he plays pinks and kills the Jaxi with the crawler. I want to kind of tread on the mana tile with a minion and not only my general, in case my general needs to hit something with Spectral Blade. I know I don't have that in my hand, but 2 draws and a replace, you know. Also about crawler, maybe I should just do the Ghosted Driver thing, just play only 1 crawler. Because I remember Ghosted Driver would always get it before the Novas. Yeah, or this. I also don't care about that. Now he has only 1 more Night Sorrow. Not that I think that's a bad play by him, because I don't have good Night Sorrow targets in my deck anyway. So I think it makes sense what he's doing. A crawler of his own device. And then, in that case, we'll play all of these, otherwise we can't deny the tile. Maybe I just replace this now. I don't think he will play anything worth Night Sorrowing. It would be greedy to keep this, but I probably will. It's so important in the mirror. Which creep tile is his? This is his, right? I didn't play any crawler yet, yeah. So I can put a crawler on his tile. That's also an option. That's probably the correct play in the mirror, right? The thing he would want to grasp should be Jaxi, because then it's more awkward for him to grasp at all. Yeah, that would be a very big grasp if I put the crawler here, but I will. I don't want him to have this tile. The only way to deny me overriding his tile is by Shroud, but then he also gets rid of his own tile, so I'm pretty sure suiciding this crawler is very worth it in the mirror. Better than doing 2 damage to his face. Wait, what? No, I don't know what he's playing. Calvin usually plays original stuff. Because yeah, this plus creep is definitely odd. I kind of need this for his Revenant, which is coming out soon. So I'll actually replace the Bastion, because this basically also draws me a card and actually gives me a board. Is he playing one of those infinite mana things again, and should I play patiently instead of running into his creeps? Probably. It's just so boring, man. I always hate playing against those decks where you just can't walk in, because then they do some combo. And that has always been Abyss. I don't think other factions really had that ever, right? Oh no, I remember. Force Field from Duelyst 2. That was so annoying. Like, you could never move in, because then they hit your shit for free. Remember, chat? Force Field? That was so annoying. I do want to tread on him a bit, I guess. Put some pressure on him. But I don't know how. Without giving him infinite mana, potentially. Let's allow him to suicide 1 creep. 1 creep, 1 Raidling. Oh, I wanted to move my general, but whatever. I feel like allowing him to suicide 1 Raidling shouldn't be the end of the world, right? And if it is, then we'll find out. Miss Lethal, Glenn Coles. I didn't miss Lethal, right? There must be some meme. Imagine how different that will be if he just fucking released a video. Oh yeah. Fucking GM. The one I was a slow mid-range player. Yeah, I don't think he ever played Control. Oh shit, I got mini jacks. Nice. Is he playing Raidling Swarm just to get big breaths? Oh, he didn't play breath. Oh, he did. Slow interface. Yeah, he is playing some infinite mana thing again. He did that before. That's why I'm confused why he's playing Nova. Maybe he's just playing Crawler because it's a cheap minion. do play Grasp, but I don't have it. I don't think I need that when I have Revenants. It would be nice to slow these things down. They can't suicide into a Bastion, so... I'm actually going to fucking lure. I'm actually going to fucking lure, a fucking Raidling, which is feels bad, man. But looks like against his deck I actually do need to deal with his Raidlings at some point. That feels so bad. Especially because I do play fucking Grasp. Maybe I should play triple. It happens so many times that I want Grasp and I just don't have it. I feel like 2 should be enough in a deck with Bastions. As far as other, if he did Analyze, he would not have missed drawing minions from his deck. It's a normal question, not using or anything. Also, about your performance at Duelyst Masters yesterday, garbage. Garbage deck and garbage plays. I don't really play the game enough, I think, because I didn't even remember what Mech did. That it became your general. This seems like I'm not going to walk in, so I'm gonna replace this. We could Nova his face, but he's very high HP and Mana Forger, I remember being a threat in his deck. If we put it here... How many minions do we allow him to suicide into Revenant? Because he kind of dies if he does that, right? If he suicide. But the problem is maybe he wins if he does it. Because he can tank it. He can take 4 fucking Revenant hits if he wins in the same turn. So let's make sure we can hit this Raidling with the Revenant next turn. Now I can stay semi-near. He plays Reaper anyway, so he can always teleport me in anyway. Or at least he did. In the past he played Reaper in this kind of deck for some weird Oko stuff. But I don't really remember how it works. Imagine if you played Soul Grimoire with that, I would have just lost. Soul Grimoire is basically Twin Fang, but worse. Okay, thank you for playing into Nova. We could replace with Grasp so that we can draw 2 cards. I don't think I need both these removals when we have these cards. This is just cheaper removal than banishing when you have a Nova on the board. This is Calvin's creep tile, so I'll walk here. Just in case he also plays Nova in the deck somehow. Yeah, it was first turn, so I'm easy to myself too. We play next because it's just 1 game. Oh, he didn't play in the losers bracket? Oh, he plays normal cards too. This allows me to find a card I need, so I would rather replace the Blood here, but it's nice for the artifact, so... I think we just... Well, we could replace this. We don't need to heal. Can I walk in? He has no setup, right? So... I don't see how I can die when he has 3 cards and no board, because I'm pretty sure he only has burst if he gets to have infinite mana and he needs a board for that. He does play Nova as well. I'm really confused what his deck is, because it is just normal creep. It has Revenants and Novas, but... Okay, we win. Blood's here already paying off. You could also just play less Nova, I guess. Whatever. Pretty sure that's our first win today, but Kelvin is also playing something meme. Only Fenrir, the usual. Priorities like if Enfeeble, 0 mana. If you play Obelisks, I guess. Otherwise, no. Alex Cowan. I know what that means. I missed that message. More games. I'm curious about what Calvin's deck really is. Because I don't really get the point of the infinite mana thing in that deck. Unless it's actually possible to play all 3 Novas in one turn. If that's possible, that sounds really fun. And crazy. Me next just one? Okay, we'll go next Yakush. Sorry. Man, remember I was like, I don't have Grasp when I wanted. Maybe I should play triple instead of 2. Now I have 2 Grasps and a Revenant. Now I have 2 cards to replace. Actually, it will be Revenant because he plays Railing Swarm, so 2 Grasps are actually useful. Meme Forger. It is a scary card in his deck, I remember from before. We could set up a Heartseeker. He could Night Sorrow it, I guess. Maybe it's better to just have this body on the board then. Is there a way for him to not be able to Night Sorrow that? No. It would force him to play a Night Sorrow. That's good for us, I guess, because he can't really play anything else with that. As long as we position properly, we need to make sure he can't put a 2-drop here and then still Night Sorrow this. Well, he could still do that, but then he has to move his Mana Forger in. And obviously don't care about that. Because then I can kill it. And then I don't care that he has a 2-drop and a Night Sorrow. Maybe I should have put it on this Raidling. That's retarded, man. I just realized I could have just put it on this Raidling so that I do 3 damage to his face. And then still get a mini-jax by hitting the lower Raidling. Not sure why the fuck I didn't do that. Yo, you can do cardio and aim laps at the same time, just think about that. How? Oh, there's some text I missed, I guess. I'll be on in 45 minutes. I might be going to sleep then, but I'll try to not be a pussy. The biggest problem this game is going forward is that a Dash would rather do aimless than make new cards. That's actually true. Right, but without infinite mana spell. Actually, we can kill this with a Blood here if we want. And then we can grasp this Garbo. Maybe it's better to lure. No, that doesn't give a body. I was like, he doesn't have good lure targets, but... I don't want to be on the bottom of the board myself. So I'll put the Blood here there. He can already hit this thing anyway. And I'm making it hard for him to deal with this mini-jax. Because the mini-jax is actually useful at clearing the Raidlings. He actually has only 1 Raidling Swarm left. And I have 0 grasps left. But whatever. Yeah, it was never on Steam. Actually, Duelyst 2 was, but Yeah, it's not Duelyst 2. Oh, he can still Night Throw it anyway. Because of Gloom Chaser. Let's do it this way to make it hard for him to get good trades. And also hard for him to run away from me. This is kind of weird positioning, right? But I'm pretty sure this is correct. Not sure why I didn't replace though. This doesn't really work against his deck. This is nice to keep, I guess, because of Mana Forger. And he does play one big scary minion. I need to find Banishing and Breath for Revenant. I don't know why, but it's been really hard to find the correct cards in this deck. And it doesn't really make sense, because I play Bastion, and I don't play one-offs. I do play two-offs, but not one-offs. But all these games, I just don't see Grasp or Breath when I want to. That's the last Raidling Swarm. I guess I can always kill Revenant with this, unless I play Bastion. But I need to play Bastion this turn, I'm pretty sure. I don't want the caller to be able to suicide itself, so I'll use this as a blocker. Let's roll first. Yeah, this doesn't really do anything. That helps us clear the board a little bit. I need to make sure... I'm gonna play into Nova on me and the Night Sorrow. So I need to make sure he at least can't override my crawler tile with that. Because I need to body block the Night Sorrow. Now all the little shits are gone from his deck. Yeah, that's without Grasp, and we already played or two Grasps. That's kind of hard to deal with for this deck, I guess. Which is another reason why Blood Tier is nice to have instead of Gloom Chaser. Gloom Chaser in a way also helps, because two bodies, but it's not immediate. And it could also just give him more Death Watch. Yeah, that's what I was scared of. That's why I didn't want to play Bastion. We also still have 2 Ritual Banishings and 3 Breaths. So we could also just not be unlucky plus. This can help us find those cards. But if I play this first, I can't play these anymore. I might need that. Maybe Nova a bit slow here, but it's also late game. It's also good to have. Yeah, it does feel too slow here though. Can't really afford to play it at the moment. Hello, any removal plus? No, I would go and hit that actually. Nice, thank you. Let's just clear board. Yes, way more tempo than me now, and he also has a card advantage. But we do have 2 Revenants in hand, and he just played one. Shouldn't over too slow. I mean, it was basically 7 mana, 5 damage to 1 target. Circle of Life is 2 mana less, and it heals you. Oh shit, he has a weird hand. I can run a Revenant into his face, but then I get hit by creep, so that's not actually worth it. I do want to get closer to him so that I can actually Revenant his face if he doesn't play anything again. Oh, I missed a lot of stuff actually. Bro, stop complaining about your card aim and practice already. What does that mean? Oh, I think I know what you mean. Me saying, oh, I need this card, blah blah blah, right? Card aim. I still like that new term. I think I would miss a lot of chat. Why is it selected? I like it though. Let's read. It was never Steam, something you liked in the tournament clearly. And it's recalls the dragon is silent. And it's some places world champion, I'm fine. Prepare poorly in this regard. Is it still use all Duelyst download new cards? No, this is a completely new version. But the good news is I can barely read that because of the doors. Hop no blino. Hop no blino. The good news is all the cards are free, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I gave him a free Jaxi, I guess. I just didn't want to give him a free rejuve with his Spectral Blade, and I wanted to walk into him. I don't think we need this anymore now that we have more proactive removal in our hand. I could pre-play this, but don't think there's a reason to. Me being here means Nova on my face is less damage as well, besides me getting closer to him. Backstab. I could just pre-equip it, but what does that really do? I mean, he's not going to play his own Revenant, I think, so maybe it's fine to just pre-play this. Oh yeah, I was going to do that as a test, right? Waste cards, see what happens. So let's waste this card. I also still miss some chat. Every faction needs Aerial Rift. I did really enjoy playing with it, but it does seem kind of too strong. Okay. Of course, when I waste a card, I immediately get punished. Classic. What is this hand? I'm pretty sure this is going to be some very skillful gameplay. The next few turns. So Bastion is good or what? You just stand. Bastion is definitely good, but you do need a brain to play it. Because you know it has 0 attack and can't move. You can screw yourself over quite easily by playing it. And you actually also need a brain for it to deck build with it, I think. It's not so straightforward when you should play that in your deck. Man, do I really need to play 7 mana Breath just to kill some shitters? I mean, it's the only way he can win is if I let the stuff live, right? So yeah, I actually will play fucking 7 mana Breath just to kill some shitters. Do I play this? We were going to test wasting cards, so yes. I just don't know if I should put it next to me because of Nova and Grasp. So let's still put it in a position where it can hit his face, but we're also not next to it this way. I'm still behind on chat. This is a nostalgic feeling back when my stream was alive, you know? Should have known too slow. I think I already read that, but good card aim. Oh shit, I was really back reading because I already read this and it's from ages ago. Imagine if Circle of Life does face damage. It used to decoy in Songhai. Songhai used to have the counter part. There used to be Circle of Life, and that's what Spiral Technique did, I think. Spiral Technique was 5 mana, 5 damage to enemy, and 5 damage to enemy face. It was literally just a mirror of Circle of Life, and they existed at the same time. So that's what very old Spiral Technique did. It's like 2014 Spiral Technique. Why do I remember these things? Why is my head so full of useless garbage? Mana Printer goes Burr. Yeah, he is. We're both going to aim at this mirror. Can't hear the streamer, but who cares? Probably when I read out the name, I had to move my face close to the screen. Because I read on my second screen, and my second screen is kind of far away. And also a small screen. Kelvin played Osu though, and that's basically aim labs. Maybe I should play Osu then. That seems a bit more fun. Because, well, I didn't play Osu, but the thing, the Hakuna Matata Mitsu thing. She, at some point I got into a kind of flow that was kind of meditative. That was pretty cool. Because I'm pretty sure that's what you're trying to make me experience, Maester, by all the things you tell me to do. Some kind of clarity of mind. Can I draw 1 Nova, please? Would you be able to play that this game? But yeah, draws in card games, I also hate them. I also complained a lot lately, yesterday too. Yakush, I promise you a game indeed, let's go. The whole point of you playing games is that it is not fun. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, it was a discipline thing. I don't even have discipline to remember that it's a discipline thing. Actually, against Songhai, I need all these backline answers. And Knights are... You know what, let's just experiment. Let's see what happens if we just don't replace his hand. It's super passive. It's pretty garbo, especially if he starts stocking artifacts. Maybe we can replace one lure. It's probably a good way to lose against Songhai is going super passive. But yeah, we can deal with turn 1 Chakri Avatar now, that's nice. I'm not going to put it in my own tile against Songhai, or maybe I should. Because with Songhai I actually like it if they put stuff in my face, then it's so much easier to deal with than in the backline. Yeah. That means I can Night Sorrow whatever he plays if he puts it on my tile. Against basically every other faction, I would have probably put it in my own tile so that he doesn't play anything in my face. Like for example against Lionar, if you do this against turn 1 Windblade, you should definitely put this in your own tile. Because then they can't double 2-drop in your face. But yeah, against Songhai, I'm pretty sure this is actually correct. The whole point of this deck is you can play Nova on turn 2. I want to see that happen. Because every time you play that kind of Abyss combo deck against me, you just don't get the combo, ever. I have seen it, but that was only in very long games, where I basically already lost anyway. So I want to see that happen on turn 2. Me leaving the middle tile open does mean he can boar like this, that's true, but he could always do that anyway, because you can just walk to this tile and the boar walks and hits your face anyway. So I'm not sure if that shit matters. Yeah, this is one of these plays that I never make, like just play your whole hand. But Yakush did it against me before and it worked out, so I'm starting to think I should maybe just be more open-minded about wasting cards and think more about the cards on the board. So let's not play this card that provides no pressure. The issue with this is you'll get a boar back. So this will just get eaten. We could just Night Sorrow, hit this, but that's also so bad. Because then we have no HP. The Night Sorrow dies for free. It does mean he has no cards, though, if we do that. And we do have triple blood here now instead of Gloom Chasers, so we can deal with this. And also we don't have to if he doesn't draw Killing Edge. I feel like getting rid of both cards is important. This way I force him to hit this with the Heartseeker if he has Killing Edge. And then I still have a board, which might be relevant for this. Because if he does Killing Edge this, I can now actually deal with it. Well, if he goes face. There's not that much he can do on 4 mana, 2 cards. Tempo, 4 wins is probably the scariest thing, but it's not even that scary because he will have no cards. Now he goes back to 3 cards. I'm lucky he put that in range of my Night Sorrow. But maybe it's bait. Maybe he has Mistwalking, Mask of Shadows. I don't know. Yeah, I probably need to keep this for Killing Edge on that. Not sure. No, we're actually getting close to this thing. And I have some healing in hand. You know, this plus this is quite a bit of healing against basically no cards. The problem is that Heaven's Eclipse exists. And he could also just draw, put whatever he draws into my face every turn. And then top deck Spiral Technique. That's also a possibility, you know. I should have probably replaced for Blood here because this thing is annoying. It would have been nice if those Night Sorrows were able to hit something instead of die for free, you know? That's 6 damage down the drain to a 1-drop. Okay, I'm happy he plays that. Even though it's annoying, it's also not a threat. One of them is a threat, but 2 isn't. You know what I mean? One of them is a threat because of Killing Edge and Saber Spine Seal. What the fuck? He only has Heartseekers. But 2 of them isn't. These are just a bunch of 1/1s now. Maybe I just go face myself with this. I mean, I should definitely hit with it if I do decide to play it. There's no reason not to play it because I draw 2 cards at the end of my turn anyway. Because yeah, this artifact is obviously just gonna get broken. Feels a bit psycho to hit him in the face here, but he has no cards, so. And then I get some kind of value out of this card, and I do have some damage in my hand. It's kind of slow compared to his damage. Takes my whole turn. Oh, that would be a way to get back hand size. I didn't expect that card to come out. Now I also understand better why he was just wasting cards. Because he might be playing this and Heaven's Eclipse, I don't know. Mr. Dragon Blur Face, yes sir, yes sir. Yeah, the worst part is, so far it's working out, right? I do like Songhai, but sometimes it's a bit depressing in how it doesn't seem to matter how you play it. And it's like equally effective if you play it like a face monkey or when you try to think about your turns. But I'm not sure if that statement is true. Or just me being sad at not being good versus Songhai. We might have to breath this. That costs our whole turn, but we probably do have to do that. Although with how few cards he has, the Heartseekers are kind of irrelevant. Well, maybe not. This is a Phoenix Fire every turn. This is only scary if he has movement spells, but why would he play it here if he didn't have it? Don't think we need this. We are also not gonna have a board to play that with. Yeah, this also means he doesn't get Phoenix Fires. I think I just have to do it. Imagine if he had cleared the Rejuve. I think he would have just won. he could still win if he has the right cards on this hand size. Then he can definitely still win. Yes, he has Mist Walking, Mask of Shadows on 0 cards. He also has Movement Spell on 0 cards. He has 3 cards, that's not 0. Come on, Mason, don't you remember the millions of games where people had exactly what they needed on 2 cards? Or 3 cards for that matter? It's not that uncommon, man. Like you see? That's basically everything he needs. He only needs to top deck Spiral now, and I can't do anything about it unless I replace into a Mystic. You're kind of slow. I need another minion to block with. Thanks. I will pre-equip this, because that helps against Boar. He has only 1 Boar left, but still. What? Oh, yeah, this is not an artifact, this is a Jaxi. Yeah, if he just has Spiral Technique, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he played his whole hand every turn. But yeah, I'm not even sure if he has it in the deck. Because he does seem to be playing something a bit more experimental. Because he's playing Div. Okay, that means I have to kill him here, and I don't have 1 more damage because I walked into a corner like a pussy. It happens so often that I lose because I play safe. It happens really a lot. But I'm gonna play safe again. I mean, I have to here because I can't kill him, and he has 5 cards now instead of 0. This protects us from Twilight Fox combos as well. Not Lantern Fox, but Twilight Fox. Actually, against Lantern Fox, it's also nice. Only, like, if he plays 2 Inner Focuses with Lantern Fox, he doesn't get 2 fires. He can't Inner Focus it twice. Well, he can actually, just hits a minion XD. But then at least he doesn't attack my face twice. Yeah, Lantern Fox, Twilight Fox, a lot of Foxes in Songhai nowadays. Very, very, very experimental. I mean, you're right that it's literally only Div that's experimental so far, that's all, but... You were saying that he was baiting you into Mist Walking Mask when he ended turn with 0 cards. I mean, if he has it in the deck, you know you can draw it, you know? I have won quite a lot of games playing ahead of the cards I could draw. Those were mostly games where I basically already lost, and I'm like, okay, well, what are my outs? Then you do that kind of shit. Card advantage matters, yay! How nice. I'm so happy. Let's play more against Yakush, if he wants to. Kind of want to just play all night, but it's really not a good idea. Like I said, my girlfriend is also coming over in the morning. I need answers that heals me way more than Rejuve against Songhai. This can help me find answers and curve out. Let's try it another time. Opening with Bastion when we think it's not a good idea. At least I don't think it's a good idea, but let's try it another time. Let's see what happens. This is a nice combo. These are the only 2 crawlers in my deck. I want Spectral Blade for these kind of things. We can just play those 1 drops and... No, let's just draw first. I think I want to keep both of these against Songhai, especially if I get a Nova. Okay, that's also good. So he wants to hit me in the face, right? So that means I put the crawler in the middle of the board, because this is not the minion he wants to bore. This is the minion he wants to bore. But then he can't hit me in the face. Also, it means I have a creep tile in the middle of the board. That's probably the best location you can get when he has nothing on the board himself. But yeah, Night Sorrow is really good against Songhai. I also want Blood Tears because he plays Heart Seekers. And I assume Killing Edge, because why else would you... Oh, maybe this is a different deck. Maybe he's playing a different deck. I can't really afford to like camp this against Songhai, right? Because movement spells. I just have to walk into it. I can go here instead of middle tile, because if he takes middle, he takes damage. Actually, we can do a slightly professional play. We could put the Mystic here and the Rejuve here, then this can't hit my face still with movement spells. The problem is then he probably hits the Mystic with that thing. I would rather go face with this turn, so that Boar is no value, and so that this trading into this is bad value. So on the other hand, if I hit with this, then his general can hit it, and then I also have no value. So maybe we just don't hit with anything. Just do this. We basically played the same minion. Because I didn't play spells, we both played a 4 mana 4/4 pretty much. I know this has one more attack, but this also healed me. Yeah, Rejuve was definitely better than Keshrai here. Normally I would take middle tile here, but this is actually more aggressive positioning than me here, because me here means he can backline things diagonally easily. Well, if I'm in front of his face, he has to move backwards, back to the wall to put something in the backline. It's just normally you don't do this because you don't want him to take the middle tile, especially against Backstab Mask faction. Looks like he is indeed teleporting behind me. Now for real. Pepper laugh indeed. Is he Phoenix firing my face? Because it's more damage to Phoenix fire the Mystic, you know? Because then... Ah, okay, that's why. Now I understand. And now my positioning with the Rejuve kind of fucks me, because the general is now blocking my Rejuve from clearing that. That's fine though, I will just lure it onto the creep. You know, if he moves onto the creep here, it would be more awkward for me actually. Nova too slow. We are getting close to that mana point though. Now he's also playing fucking Keshrai. Let's replace that garbage. But now we can just go face with the Rejuve. That's also nice. Unfortunately, I do still have to suicide the Mystic. And again, I'm gonna body block with the thing he doesn't want to bore. So yeah, not the Mystic where the crawler is. Because then he can go hit my face if he bores the more valuable bore target. Kind of good hand against Songhai. Just play Night Sorrow, Rejuve every turn. Next turn I don't have enough mana yet, but... Does he now play Tracer? Last turn it already looked like he played Tracer, but I think it was just the MDS. This turn is probably just these two or these two cards. Then I replace whatever I get from the Bastion that I don't want. If that's his whole turn, I'm happy. I just trade into this with these guys. Oh, now I can't. I need to play around Jux, I guess. I can. That's fish for banishing. Wait, if I put it here, I can't play around Jux. Oh, we can clear it now. But it's too much damage, isn't it? It's still 7 damage. Which means we're basically dead to Spiral Technique. I think I should just replace this because I'm gonna walk away, right? If he has MDS, I guess we just lose anyway. I could have just also killed it, but it's just too much damage if I kill it. I need to make sure I don't get hit for 9. I'll keep this on the board. I might need that to kill something with Lure. If he MDS's this into my face. He already played one MDS at least. And I played around Jux. Well, I didn't really play around Jux because he has 6 cards, so he probably has me and Jux. So maybe I should have stayed closer to my minions. Like if he's on a very low hand size, then this can actually play around Jux, but now that's very unrealistic actually. Because of minion Jux. Which I could have made a lot harder by putting something here. But then I also play into Jux. Because then he just Juxes the Cashroy with my own minion. But then at least he Juxes my minion close to him, I guess. He didn't do it. Please, Yakuza, let it rip. Is he going to fart? That's what let it rip means, right? Is there a fart card in Duelyst? I hope not. I remember in Duelyst 2 there was some guy in Duelyst Discord that was always talking about smelling people's farts as a kind of a fetishist thing. It was really disturbing. I'm fuming right now, play it. Oh, that's why you're fuming, because you feel like he should do that. Okay. Nice play. Let's go for hand diversity. Okay, this will set up lethal next turn. Or do we already have it? We don't have 9 mana. Yeah, we're 1 off because I ran away, as usual. But the grasp is nice, that sets up lethal for next turn. If I move on down, I don't play around Jux. I should have put the rejuve here, so that he can't Jux his own minion. That's a misplay. I wanted to make this harder for him to block. Well, at least he needs it to be boar. If it's not boar, then... Wait, why am I talking about Jux? He has no board. He needs inner focus. Which means I actually should walk 2 down. That makes it harder to hit me with boar and inner focus. Why was I talking about Jux when the boy has no board? Why are you re-ing Calvin? He played it. He did the right thing, no? Let's not give devs ideas. I don't think Calvin and Mace are really into that kind of stuff. We should be more afraid of some anime stuff. I actually did watch, but this is very rare for me. But I actually did watch a little bit of anime today. My girlfriend recommended me something because it was basically a romance animation about two people that have sleep disorders. Because, well, we both do. Me and my girlfriend both do. And just like the main characters, my girlfriend is also in high school. Hey! No, that's a joke. A very good one, by the way. Trust me, you did not play it. There was no cinema today. Oh, I guess this is the cinema you were thinking of. The Kiri. In that case, I'm also disappointed. How much damage was it, Calvin? Because if it was a lot of damage, he would have won, no? Because he had Spiral Technique after that. GG indeed. Oh, he's offline. I guess we can play against Calvin then. I don't think Decoy is here yet. It literally says away. I was so little off. I know the feeling. In the tournament I also got Russia's Curse 1 turn too late for lethal. Or was it Fury? I don't remember. Whatever. Something happened. Every time Emerald comes, yeah. That's basically the only reason to play Emerald Rejuvenator. Because the stats on it are not great. 4 mana, 4/4. You can also get that for 3 mana, right? With Chaos Elemental. But the heal can be pretty good. Kiri in the focus, Vortex, Sabers, Spine, 5. That's 10 damage. Ah, that's not so much. XD. Aim left's locked in, indeed. Okay, this is a very good hand. Well, actually it's lacking removal. I should have replaced the Mystic, I think. Oh, it's not Jacques, it's Calvin. I thought it was Jacques because of Songhai, but... Let's just keep the hand. Middle tile because Songhai. Yeah, let's do that. Jaxi is like the most annoying opener for player 2 Songhai because it cocks boar. It doesn't cock double boar though. Double boar is always broken, I'm pretty sure. And this is why we do middle tile, because now we can actually Night Sorrow stuff if we get one. Here I also want Blood Tears. Okay, Spectral Blade is now garbage because he has 2 rage minions. I think it's better to play board here. Because then we block the mana tiles. And I don't know which one I want to lure because I don't know which one he will Killing Edge, if at all. And he might play Chakri, that's a bigger threat. Because that card doesn't need Killing Edge. Artseeker is really only a threat with Killing Edge and nothing else, you know. But Chakri, you can play any spell and it gets bigger, obviously. This is another reason why triple Blood Tear is nice, but we don't have any. He Ghost Lightning his own Heartseeker for that? I'm a bit surprised. I think he targeted his own Heartseeker, no? If that's the case, I'm happy. Yeah. That's not that good value. Because my Heartseeker he could have just hit with his general anyway. Oh shit, it's that deck. Very scary. We actually can take all tiles here, then we don't clear this, is the problem. That is the only problem. Unless we get Blood Tear from Bastion. Blood Tear plus? That's not Blood Tear. So yeah, sucks to leave this on the board, but taking all tiles is pretty nice. and this is not really a threat if he doesn't killing edge it, and even if he does, I can ping it with another lure that I drew. I'm getting lucky with the lures, but blood tears would have been a bit better. Quite a bit, actually. Bodies are nice. He does actually play fucking killing edge here. We do have a decent answer like this. Nova is definitely too slow here. I mean, we're basically already dead. Man, is it just me or is Songai just retarded? I'm not shit-talking Kelvin. I'm shit-talking Songai here. Because honestly, what kind of thinking is required here? This cannot really become 1 mana right now. So I could Night Sorrow Lure, but then I can't block his general hit. And his general hit doesn't need a card. This needs a card to connect to face. Maybe I just go in and hit that. But then I'm at 10 HP. He could already kill me with Spiral Mana Vortex. Hey, actually I can clear board and play this, but then I kill off my own rejuve. I would just say he doesn't have a movement card. I don't know what else I can do. I can't afford him to hit my face, and I can't afford to take damage from that either. You just have to hope he doesn't have the cards. Like, I'm basically dead, but he didn't really play any board. He just played Heartseekers and Flamebloods and 1 buff spell. More interaction is coming my way. Probably dead. If he has another Saber Spine, I'm dead. Yeah, perfect hand. Wait, I'm 1 HP? Oh, that's weird. Thought I'm just terrible at counting then. That means I can still win, because he has no cards, but I'm sure his entire deck is just damage and nothing else, so... you're a bit useless now. It's a body, I guess. Yeah, it's something that allows me to face raise. Lure doesn't allow me to face raise. And now we just pray, that's all we can do. So the thing is, if I had gone in to hit the Flameblood, it wouldn't do anything, because he could just put the Saber Spines on his own face. If anything, I made him waste an inner focus, right? Yeah, I don't know what you can do against that. It's actually retarded. I can't play more healing in the deck than I did, and I didn't get unlucky with drawing a healing either. I did draw the healing. This is a nice card in early game against Lionor. In general, actually. No, it's nice for Silver Guard, actually. What does Breath do in this version? It's very good. It's this costs 1 more Mana for each enemy minion, 1 less for each ally minion, destroy all minions. So it's a board wipe. It does kill your own shit as well. Yeah, that's why we kept the lure. A bit early for Revenant. Oh shit, it's some kind of zoo stuff. I was going to waste cards, right? So I will pre-play this Spectral Blade. I could have also just killed it myself, that Silverguard Knight, I guess, and not ping this, but I felt like this way, the Silverguard Squire can't really hit anything for value. If it hits my face, it dies. If it hits this, it doesn't do anything. If I lure and hit the Silverguard Knight myself, then this can go ping this Mystic and actually do something useful. So I felt like this order was a bit better. It also gives me 1 more charge on my blade. And that's definitely worth it because that Silverguard Knight just does 1 damage. So I don't need the heal proc from this. The only downside is that I don't lure the Silverguard Knight into this tile to take the tile away from him. That means I have 0 mana next turn basically, right? Yeah, that's insane. I can't play the game. Or does it go away at the start? No, I literally can't play the game. Okay, we're definitely killing this. Where do I want Argent to go? If he wants to go hit my Mystic. I definitely want him to move downwards. That opens up the middle tile and this mana tile. If you put it here, he can choose to go here. That's more aggressive than here. So I'll put the Mystic more backwards. If he chooses to ignore the Mystic, because he wants to be aggressive and walk this way, then this gives me cheaper breath. Whoa. I know why you're wowing, that the Wisp, right? Yeah, that's a card nobody really plays, but every time it's played against me, it seems very strong. What? I'm so confused because I see this card, then I never expect this shit. I guess we lost? Well, definitely not yet, but... we need the breaths against this deck, I suppose. Maybe just double block with these pretty good blockers. Yeah, we do need something to stick on the board. I can replace for Ritual Banishing, but I can't play it this turn because it's 4 mana banishing. Maybe, yeah, I could draw Lure, but it's not really worth it. I don't like luring Archons. Doesn't really work unless you're killing the opponent, I guess. Then it can work, but I'm definitely not killing him here. Let's draw first and then replace, so that we don't draw the same thing. I don't need Mystic. I feel like I might need both breaths. I'm serious here. I could put both here, so that it's harder for the Archon to hit my face. That would be very good blockers. But I would rather have this Archon hit my face and have my whole board cleared. I need this thing to survive. Yeah, for this card, for example. And for breath. Because the only way for me to deal with this in my deck are these 2 cards. I have triple of breath and 2 of banishing in the deck, by the way. So I would rather play breath than banishing, maybe. Because I have more copies of it. Depends on the situation. It can also be nice to get this out of the deck because it's less powerful and it can give me a mini Jax, for example. This can also give me mini Jax, but I mean it's also less reliable because I need something on the board, and if I do, then it's nice to get that out of my hand because it's more conditional than this card, which is also conditional because it can be too expensive to play. Especially because he plays fucking Wisp. Oh, I think I get the idea. It's a mana starve deck, right? That's why you do Arcan and the Wisp. But not sure what the Squire is doing in the deck. Maybe he just likes 5 mana Immo. Abra was also playing Squire in a non-zoo deck. I just don't really see the point of Squire in a non-zoo deck. Why didn't he kill the Bastion? I'm so confused by that. Now I wish I still had my Mystic. Because then I can play something else this turn. This is definitely a breath turn, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm really confused why he allows me to play a 2-drop here, but I don't have it because I replaced it last turn. Oh wait, that's actually a really cool play. So that I can't Night Sorrow the Ironcliff. I was like, why did he do that? But now I know why. Smart play. Do I hit face? It's nice to keep the Spectral Blade actually. So no. This is not active, right? I couldn't shoot his face with that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so yeah, if I hit him in the face this turn, then he can break my artifact, and then I can't kill his 2 drops in 1 hit. Okay, didn't matter, but forced him to play Tempest. That's nice, that means he's not really doing anything this turn. Now we have 7 mana for this. Or we could Nova. I think I prefer Nova because he's playing Ironcliff. Does mean we don't draw multiple cards, but it's also hard to get a good Nova against Calvin because Calvin is good at the game. This does give us a big board though, kind of. It's not that big because of Immo. And this way, our second Nova actually does something. And yes, I know I didn't replace. I didn't feel like it. I could have maybe replaced Banishing, but he's actually playing big boys, so... My play is weak against Regalia, actually. So that's probably what he picks. Me playing these 2 cards would be a lot better against Regalia. But like I said, it's hard to get good Novas off against good players. And this was relatively decent, and I have a second Nova in my hand. Shroud don't care. I know it makes my Nova weaker, but it's whatever. Another Shroud. Okay, no Regalia. I'm happy about that. Why do I have no mana? Oh, I was getting... I tricked myself with the breath. I do have mana. That's also a good Night Sorrow target. It's making it hard for me to play around Immo. Which is smart. I don't want to be next to my Rejuve because of Immo. Yeah, well, the reason I'm keeping Banishing is because I don't have an answer to Ironcliff into Arcan over the next 2 turns if I don't keep this. I need both of these for his big boys. Okay, another Tempest. Don't care too much, that's not development. -1 card, more damage on his face. Makes sense that he plays that now. 5, 9. It's not bad. We don't need that much healing, so let's replace this Mystic. That's better to banish because then I have another card. I probably just want to kick him in the face, no? Do I care about Immo? I don't think so. Oh, that's also a nice thing to banish. I guess we could set up a Heartseeker instead and play this Mystic. We don't need 4 heal. We don't even need 2, in fact. This also makes my breath very cheap. I made a misplay. I was like, I don't care about Immo here, because Immo on the Bastion is whatever, so no reason to put it one more up, making it easier to block. But he has that Wisp. He still has one Wisp. -3 mana if he places it here. Then I can't play Nova. Last Tempest. Guess I'm sad I didn't play Rejuve. I keep this hand. Because this can help me kill him. And I need removal. Because he has another Arcan and another Ironcliffe. He can't really afford to play it right now, but, you know, he could play Circle Ironcliffe, for example. Do not need my lure, because my Nova is only 6 damage. Yeah, the Bastion worked out there. The Bastion discounted my Breath, and that meant I could actually play Breath and Rejuve. Even though Arcan makes it +2 mana. There it is, the old Arcan, but I felt like he couldn't play. Oh, that's why, yeah. I was like, he can't afford to play another Arcan. It's too slow. But he's playing it to suicide it, to kill it, which is great. In that case, I don't think I really need lure anymore. Because he only has an Ironcliffe left. Maybe I do need it for Ironcliffe. Maybe I just keep this hand then. Just play all this Garbo. I don't think there's a way out here. Zir can maybe stall enough? I don't think so, because he can't clear enough with Zir. He can play Zir Martyrdom. Then I would... Well, he could Martyrdom this, play Zir, then hit this, and then I only have a Blood here. That would give him another turn, actually. Zir Martyrdom. I think that's the only way he can stall one more turn. Maybe also Circle of Life with Sun Drops. There's another Martyrdom. Yeah, that's why I did keep the lure. Well, it's not really necessary. I can also just Nova him, but... That also almost gave him a turn, but yeah, this is 6 damage, exactly. And we also have lure on top of that. So yeah, we got 6 more damage. Pretty sure creep is also kind of brain dead and broken. I don't feel like you have to make the most optimal play every turn. And it wins a decent amount. Don't know if it wins a decent amount against Abra's Twin Fang deck, but with the Blood Tears, maybe. I didn't play against him with the Blood Tears. Or I did and didn't roll them, I don't remember. This card is so nice against Venar early game. Checks eye, okay. I could like play this here, then this here, so that this can suicide into the Jaxi, but then the Bastion blocks my general hit to actually kill the Jaxi. Is the only problem. This thing is so tanky, we can just put it here and kind of tread on all mana tiles. Do I put this here so that I can kill the Jaxi? Let's replace this first. Because if he goes in to hit that, do I really care? I could care if he plays Provoke in his deck. Could like lock with some stuff, I don't know. Actually, we can just do the crawler like this. because it dies when attacking the Jaxi, so we don't self-body block by putting it here. This way, I play around him having some kind of punishment for being able to hit it, and I can still hit his Jaxi. I've never done his opener before, I think, but in this current situation, I feel like it's correct. Isn't it? I don't think I've literally ever done this before, this diagonal opener with 2 minions, player 2, turn 1. Yeah, it just feels correct. I was about to say, he doesn't have mana for Chrome Cold, right? That's 6 mana. He just went fishing for a Flash Freeze. Okay, we got a good Night Sorrow target here. I don't think I really need Lure. This can also help me kill stuff. Can help with the Jaxi, but it's not really a threat anyway. Will hit face because it's Abyss versus Venar. The weird thing about Breath is that it's still a Jax answer, but also a really bad one. Because it's too expensive to play. Unless you also have a board, but that means you have to kill your own board, and at that point you can probably just clear Jax if you have a big board yourself. More Jax, guys. Stuff is getting a bit expensive over here. I could just breath, honestly. I think I probably have to. Because Razorback and stuff, it's just so passive. But what else can I do this turn? Like the best we place would probably be Night Sorrow Jaxi. That's also not very strong, you know? I'm keeping these because this is a good 6 mana play. Same for this one, but you know, if there's nothing I can hit with Blade, then Jaxi is better. That's why I keep it. Nice. This is what I want for the turn after my next turn. My hand is kind of good now, just 1 rejuve too many. But, you know, I can just replace it. Yeah, that's something you want to Spectral Blade. Or do we replace Jaxi? Now we can play that with Breath and set up a Heartseeker if we need to. Do I just stay here so that he can't hit my blade? I think so. I don't really need to. I do need to think a bit about Jax, I guess. So I'm gonna play into Chrome Cold a bit, like this. Oh, let's hit first, then we get full heal value. Maybe I should have played 2 2-drops instead, because it's Venar, and then I draw 2 cards if I play Revenant on 7. I think that was a misplay. It's also better against Jax to play 2 2-drops. I was just like, these 2 2-drops, they don't trade well into the Fenrir, but the Jaxi kind of does, so I could just play Jaxi here and Mystic here or something. Well, that's a bit too much of a Chrome Cold punishment, so Jaxi here, Mystic here, and then they can go hit corner Jaxis. And the Fenrir can't kill the Jaxi or trade into my blade. And yeah, then I draw more cards when I play Revenant on 7, but maybe I don't. Yeah, this is actually a situation where I don't, probably. I don't have to deal with it, I can walk away. I know Heart Sister is a card, but I don't know if it's a card that I care so much about. I can take 7 against Valor. Well, he plays Spirit of the Wild stuff, so he could do 14. Then I have 10. I could play this, then this becomes 3 mana, and then I can play another 2-drop. That's probably good. This rejuve is not gonna do anything anyway, because it's so out of position. I think I will backline this Mystic because of Jax. I don't know if he plays Jax, but it would really help. It also makes it harder for him to get rid of... We don't need this. He plays last. It keeps a ritual banishing target on the board as well. I have 2 ritual banishings, I didn't play any. And I have 1 more breath. For that it's also useful. Okay, we can do... We can kill it with Nova. Which is not great, but I have no other way to deal with it. I don't think Lure is good. I can't even play anything with the Lure, so... Over here is awkward for him, right? It also makes it harder for me to play my second Nova without overriding tiles. But it means he has very limited positional space. And I can make it even more limited by going here. And if he walks 2 down, he has only 2 spaces to play minions. So that's 6. That means I can just go face with the Jaxi. Now I kind of want to rejuve back, I guess, but 18 HP is fine anyway. Let's not allow him to spawn a Jax tile. I don't know if he plays Jax. If he doesn't play Jax, then the plays I'm doing here are meme. Banishing would have been nice last turn, but this is also not bad. I wouldn't be able to play anything with the banishing anyway. And he has only 1 Archon left, but he does have an Archon left, so it's nice to have this banishing. I also drew my last breath. Oops, I guess because he can't play around Nova anymore. Don't worry, I don't have it. I don't have another Nova. He also plays Blood Tears, okay. Boner? I need Night Sorrow. I played 1, I think. I can also just breath this again. Or... No, I don't have mana for this. That's fucking 10. Because that would clear it. If I still had my mini Jax, I could shoot this with a Grasp and then Revenant clears it. I can still clear it with Revenant Blood here, actually. So... What do I need to replace then? I need to replace for more 7 drops. Lure Grasp is just a very powerful combo though, I don't want to replace that. This is my last breath. And he plays a lot of big boys, so I need his banishing. This is also basically removal. Yeah, since this is also basically removal, I think I can just replace the banishing. Now, banishing is better than breath, actually. It's my last breath, but I'm gonna replace it anyway. Feels a bit weird because it's such a good card. I'll keep this here for Jax. Here, so that I can hit both Jax tiles, potentially. Maybe I should have put the Blood Tear somewhere else, not in a place where his Blood Tear can trade with mine. That was probably a misplay. It's just I want this to be able to hit his face, So I could have put it here, then the Bloodhound can trade into it, but then you can just go into the corner. Another boner. The reason, by the way, why I said lure is actually removal now is because we have 6 creep tiles, right? So this does 7 damage. Which means we can use this Mystic to kill this Bone Reaper with a simple lure. Right? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, we can kill that with a lure. Then we do kill over a Mystic, but that's fine. I think that's always going to happen. Because I don't think he plays Jax in this. So let's lock him in. I should keep that for the next boner. Well, that's not reliable because it can gain attack. Maybe I just play this to kill that. Then this is such a strong combo. Maybe no, the Jaxi kind of is worth playing. Just more damage on the board. If he plays another big boy, then maybe lure is not enough. Kind of don't want to replace anything, but I need to find ways to kill him, you know? Yeah, exactly. There are the kills. I just didn't feel comfortable replacing this in case something is too big to kill with lure, like the last Archon. The last Archon would not actually die to that. Although it is very unlikely that he can kill both these things and play Archon. Because if one of these things survive, lure does actually still kill Archon. Maybe playing a bit to save again, I don't know. But I replaced removal, didn't I? So maybe, I don't remember, it's late, man. It is late. He's stalling a lot here, it seems. Flash freeze as well. Maybe he's just dead. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but I have to override one tile, so that's 9, 12, 14, so that's not lethal. But we probably don't need this anymore. You can't afford to play... Well, maybe Bone Reaper, because it has Provoke. It would be nice if I could... The problem with hitting the Rejuvenator with the Spectral Rev is that he can run away from it. It would be nice to have a 2-drop. The damage from Grasp is not guaranteed, unlike the damage from Blade. So I'll play Grasp this turn and not Blade. I don't care that he can hit the Jaxi here, obviously, because he would stay in range of the Revenant and me. And he will have only 2 tiles to play minions on. Since that's a Spirit of the Wild deck, maybe I can die to out of hand stuff. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. The Displacer doesn't work anymore because Spirit of the Wild is 5 mana in this version of the game. There is a reason for that. Spirit of the Wild is not Infiltrate. It's just the whole board. Okay, he gave up. BM Jaxi ping. No ranged. My deck has maybe a bit too much efficient removal for big boys. Not that his deck can't win at all against this deck, but it doesn't look favored for him. Pretty sure my deck is favored. Burn is always good against Vanart. And then those slow big minions that don't have immediate effects against banishing and stuff. That's tough. Okay, that's a bit too many Night Sorrows. Nice, something that can actually move. That was a good draw. Oh, that's not a good draw. But if it's the deck that I think it is, he doesn't really play minions in that, to be fair. Well, he does, but not much early game minions. I'll keep it one more turn. He doesn't play Hailstone in the deck, it seems, or maybe I just don't give him targets because I play shit minions. But it's nice to be able to go to 6 cards in hand at some point. Let's block all the tiles. Yeah, the reason I play Mystic over Bastion here is just because it can move into the tiles and stuff. Otherwise I still don't really have a board. Even though I have so many cards on board. But yeah, the Bastions don't really do anything. They're just there because otherwise I have a card and head size issue. And they're good with Banishing and Breath of the Unborn. It's also a good body blocker against not Magmar. Because Mercantor fucks this card, obviously. And Blood Tear with his own device. We can clear board here with this. It's just, this could be nice for Bone Reaper, but if Bone Reaper just kills 2 targets, you already can't Night Sorrow it. So I think I would rather just clear board, right? And then I think I keep all the 2 drops, because next turn I'll have 5 mana and this tile. To be able to reach this with Night Sorrow, I have to put the Blood here where he can hit it, unfortunately. So I will also punch with the Mystic, I guess. Maybe not, because he can then choose to hit this and then maybe block the tile or even take it. So I'm not going to hit with this Mystic, which means he can just punch the Blood here, which is actually fine now that I think about it, because he can also always just punch the Night Sorrow anyway. So I'm not gonna punch with the Mystic, because then there is a much bigger chance he takes the tile away from me, and I would like to play triple 2-drop next turn. That's very good against the Vanar. I do have to watch out for Bone Reaper though. He can almost play it, and that does fuck 2-drop spam. Especially these kind of low curve minions. And yeah, I have to find removal. It's already getting... It's so fast, man. It's just 3 turns and he already has the big boys because player 2. So I need to find removal. I'll play Bastion first and then replace. Also because whatever I play in this tile is out of position and I don't care about... Okay, that sucks. I didn't know he played that. However, we can still take the tiles. So it's not that big of a deal. In that case, we'll backline the Jax instead, otherwise it's dead on board. Do we need blood here? I don't think so. Because of Boner, let's just do this. I'm gonna pre-equip this so that I can one-shot the Dancing Blades next turn with another this. But I made a misplay, I think, by replacing the Blood Tier, because now we can clear this with Flash Freeze. And then I still have to play another Blade. Well, if I keep the Blood Tier, I have the choice to not play another Blade, but play Blood Tier and then hit the 4-5, which is then a 4-4, and hit it with one Blade. That could be better value. I also have a problem with removal at the moment. I don't have my removal. Okay, now one Spectral Blade charge works. Yeah, that's what I mean. Now I just lose. Unless I replace into... How expensive is Breath now? I think that's 7 mana. So I think that also doesn't work. Oh, it does work. XD. Oh yeah, because it's only 3 mana, not 4 mana like old Breath. Well, nice top deck in that case. Let's hit him in the face. Because I want to not hit both my blade charges at the same time, and I have to pressure his face because he's actually very ahead in a way. Not in HP, that's his only problem at the moment. Okay, this is the rare case where Lure kind of works as a removal for Archon because we can just go face. In that case... Rejuve is kind of slower than the Mystics, right? 3, 2, 2... I might want this for curve reasons next turn. Let's go for more hand variety in terms of mana cost. So yeah, this is very bad value. I want him to walk away from his Archon. So we're forcing him to move like this or there. This is literally the only time that Lure against Archon is a good play, when you can actually kill them with it. That's not guaranteed yet that we can kill him. If he can buy time, he will win. Boner. Okay, we got a nice combo here. Let's replace you, you're not damaged. We could also send the Blood Tier face, actually, and ignore the Blood Tier over there. Maybe that's required. Let me check. It does preserve a Spectral Blade charge, potentially. He plays Rejuves. We push him to 4. If he plays Rejuve, he gets 8. This would put him to 7, so... Well, that could matter. Because this plus this, if I can't hit face with Revenant because of another Bone Reaper, for example, then this would be 7 if this hits a minion and I can Agony his face. So we're actually going to Blood Tier him and not this thing. We could Grasp to kill this Blood Tier, but it's not worth it. I probably need it for lethal. Spectral Blade, good card. I'm not even getting healing out of it now, right? It's just a stuff of your gear. Artifacts are just kind of hard to deal with, man. Not sure why I played around Rejuve Bone Reaper by Blood Tearing his face, because Rejuve Bone Reaper is 10 mana. So that's kind of meme. In his version of the deck, I think he plays only 2 rejuves. He does play Mystics as well, though. Not sure if it's the same deck anyway. It's definitely not his first version, because his first version didn't have Blood Tears. That's something I recommended. There is a rejuve that could fuck us. Okay, it doesn't. But we do indeed actually need these two. The Blood Tear on his face mattered. Or wait, do I even have lethal? No, yeah, of course I do. But it matters, right? My play that I Blood Teared face instead of the thing. Was there also a lethal if he was on 8 HP? I'm not sure. I kind of want to know if my Blood Tear play mattered. If me playing around Rejuve mattered there. Because then I'm a bit proud of myself, you know? Was there a way to do 8 there? Because we can't send the Revenant face. Or we can clear the Rejuve with it and then we can hit with a General. That's 6 damage and then Blood Tear is 7. I don't think there was 8 damage there. I think my Blood Tear face mattered. And here we see again that Blood Tear is better than Gloom Chaser. Decoy, if you're here. You saying, why the fuck are you playing Gloom Chaser in Creep? You were definitely right. So far, Blood Tear has been clearly better. So far. Maybe we keep this as a turn 2. Just in case that's playable as a turn 2, usually it isn't, but can be better than nothing. I'm back, Nuggets, so I guess you are here. I know you didn't say play Blood Tear, but you did say, why are you playing Gloom Chaser? So far in these first, I don't know, 6 games or something, with BTA instead of Gloom Chaser, it feels definitely better. Forehead, indeed. I could maybe also play Dancing Blades instead of Bastion, or Twilight Sword instead of Bastion, or Artifact Hunter. Those are all legit options as well. Okay, that's nice. Do we block the mana tiles? I think so. It's not like him hitting the Mystic with this. Yeah, it's good value, but it's not that big of a deal, right? I need to break this at some point anyway. This might actually be playable next turn. 4+2 is possible. Or 4+1. Okay, that's a bit too many rejuves. I'm not exactly hurt. Good Night Sorrow Grasp that. It's nice to get rid of the artifact, but also not really worth it because it can also just hit his face. Against Abyss, there's usually no good Night Sorrow targets anyway, so I think it's fine putting it on a 2-drop. I'm not sure if I should even replace one of the 7-drops, because they're both pretty good in the mirror. Lure is usually not. And we are pretty close to 7 mana. But this combo though, this combo can be so strong. In that case, let's replace a Nova. Revenant is a better card. We can steal the tile now. Which is not a bad idea. I want to spread out a bit in case he also plays Grasp. What do we want to be close to him? Because he'll probably trade rejuves into each other. I mean, they're both campable. But I guess the more threatening minion a bit closer to him. Okay, we might brick next turn because we only do 7 drops. Which is almost perfect, but we have 6 mana next turn is the only problem. So I'll probably replace a Nova and hope I get a 2-drop or a Night Sorrow to play with Lure Grasp. Or maybe I hope for removal if he randomly plays something big. I never know what Galvin is playing, so he might just drop an Archon here. Which would be kind of a YOLO play, because I have a lot of big minion removal. I have 5 big minion removals. And Lure, which is usually not really a good way to do it, but... Boner, I definitely want Night Sorrow. Oh, actually it doesn't work, it has 400 attack now, right? Yeah. That is a 2-drop to play with it. We could lure this far away, I suppose, but that means we don't grasp. Because I can lure this onto the creep tile and grasp it just for the phase damage. But then I don't have a lure for this Reaper, you know? And I can definitely take the 4 from this thing, that's okay. Yeah, I think we just have to go phase. Because I don't think we have another option here. Cards that we've been dealt with. I don't want to backline this. If he trades the rejuve into that, that's fine with me. If it's in the backline, you know, it doesn't do anything, doesn't threaten him. Yeah, Night Sorrow used to be a good card against Bone Reaper, but not the new version. The new version is a pretty good card. I played a bit with it myself too, and it felt good. Okay, that's annoying. I guess I just trade Revenants then. Yes, we do. I can't really hit his face. I'll take too much from this. I also don't really need to interact with him, right? I think I actually just run away. Because then if he wants to put a big boy in my face, he has to get closer to me. And if he wants to run away, you know, because I want to stay away from this thing, right? Because if I stay close to him and he provokes me with a new Bone Reaper, then the old Bone Reaper also gets to me very fast. And I have another Rev plus 2 Novas, so I don't need to interact with him. What's that? Holy shit. Bone Reaper is gone. I expect he has some crazy turn here, otherwise you wouldn't kill your own Bone Reaper here. Or maybe he's like, you know, evil breath of the unborn. And oh, that's why. That's a funny play. He got the worst spawns possible. Literal worst spawns possible. That's actually disgusting how bad those spawns were. This doesn't help me kill him because I'm too far away. So let's replace this. If he had gotten better spawns, he could definitely still win this. This doesn't have flying, by the way. So I'm not looking at any damage right now. And next turn I can actually remove something while playing Nova if he heals enough to not die to Nova. My next Nova is 9 damage. What? He's walking there? That's confusing. He must have Lightbender or something then, right? Shroud. Okay, that makes sense. That's a good play. Now I get only 1 tile out of Nova. But he doesn't have healing, so it doesn't work. That's exact lethal, right? And I can't even grasp it. Well, I can, but... That's actually more damage, playing Revenant plus Grasp on this, right? Because this is just 5. And this is 7. Yeah, no. Let's just kill him with Nova. I don't want to show him Grasp. It was a good play though, with that Shroud like that. Because yeah, that would mean only 1 creep tile to kill him. That's something I should keep in mind. Because I'm pretty sure I could have placed my first Nova in a way that he couldn't do that maybe. Nah, I think actually at the edge of the board he could always do that. If he's in the middle of the board I can prevent that from happening, but... Flash Archon answer. But... I can't really afford to keep that in my opening hand, I think. Kakaka. Okay, I guess it's Control Magmar. If it's also Twin Fang garbage, I want this blocked here, but... I don't know if it is. It's also nice for eggs. Let's both skip turns, basically. Oh, I forgot I was going to do the experiment about wasting your cards. So maybe I should have pre-played the Spectral Blade. Is it just super passive Control Magmar? Because then I should probably keep this Nova now already. That's nice for flash plays. I don't want to replace these things. They're good against that kind of passive deck. I think I just pre-equip one of these. Yes, I know it's weird to keep this at 4 mana, but it looks like it's some super passive Magmar deck, and then this kind of burn is nice. Oh, that's why I didn't want to waste cards. It is indeed that kind of Magmar deck. No way, he has another one, right? Yeah, we need this for big minion removal. We don't need 2 removals, I think. Then this one can just go face, is the idea here. This Spectral Blade. It's a bit too many Bastions. Especially because I'm keeping this in my hand and probably just play it at 7 as well. Of course, he has another crawler. Typical Magmar stuff, always have the answer. Ah, it's that kind of fatigue-ish Magmar. Let's see if it can out-heal all my stuff. That's actually an interesting experiment to see. Oh yeah, let's just waste that card. That's what we were gonna try to do, right? You still have a decent Mecanter, but what can you do about it when you want to be aggressive? And wasting that Grasp is not a real waste, I feel like, because I'm gonna probably just play Nova next turn, and then if I don't play the Grasp this turn, I don't draw 2 cards. So yeah, Mecanter kinda sucks here, but I can clear it on board. Okay, he just does that. That's actually only +1 card advantage because 2 of the things that died were bastions. Only playing this means net select exists. Is it better to spread them out? I think so, because if I put it here, he can't walk too forward. If I put it here, well, that's kind of the same, but this limits his positioning even more. Because now I can go here. Yeah, that makes sense actually, because now, because of this creep tile, he doesn't want to walk too forward. But now, if he wants to walk too backward, he's still next to my general. And he can't diagonal block here, because there is creep here. If it's actual fatigue Magmar, then I should probably not play Nova until I have both crawlers. I have 2 in the deck, but I played one now. That's a nice Revenant target. Can I play around Macantor, or did Calvin use his brain and he just doesn't allow me to play around Macantor with this? Maybe Macantor too slow? I could also play Breath and Rejuve, but, you know, that's less damage. On the other hand, it would be nice to play Revenant with a net select buffer. We've already seen him play net select. It also means we can just play into Macantor, because then we Revenant the Macantor. It's just that it's less damage. But it's also -1 card. And I need to fight more Novas and stuff. Not sure what's better. Can I play the Rejuve in a place where Macantor is on a creep tile? Nah, you can always put it in a place where it's not, right? Yeah. And also, like I said, I don't really care about Macantor because then I can play Revenant with a net select buffer. He probably then just plays another Harvester, but... Hey, there's the net select. He only has 1 left now. I do like being able to draw an extra card this turn. That is nice, because I'm not really there yet in terms of damage. I think Breath is better than Banishing because it can kill multiple targets. We could now also send the Revenant face. But then we actually play into Macantor, unless I just don't hit his face with my face. The chance that he has another net select is low. But Lure Grasp is also a nice combo to keep in my hand. Another Harvester is to be expected here. But at least I draw 2 cards again for another turn. That's also why I made the Breath Rejuve turn last turn, mostly, instead of playing Rev. Looks like a bad Halloween cosplay. The Starhorn skin is really ugly. Starhorn in general is fucking ugly. Also the regular one. In general, most of the new generals are not great, I think. I think just Riva and Sage are cool. That's about it. Plasma Storm. Last net select then? Otherwise, why would he Plasma Storm a Blood here? Wait, what? Oh, I guess he just played the Plasma Storm to waste the cards, to draw an extra card so that he can find his healing, right? Otherwise, this doesn't make sense. And yet again, Blood here is the superior card. The one chip damage last turn and the one chip damage this turn is why I have lethal here. Although Nova was probably also just lethal. That deck apparently doesn't just out-sustain. Well, you know, it's a card game. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. That game, it didn't. Pretty sure he drew like trash though. I don't know what his deck is like. Maybe it's a super passive deck. It looked like that. And then you tend to draw like that, but... I want to find Spectral Blades and stuff. Spamming 2-drops doesn't do anything against this deck. Spectral Blades on the other hand. Yeah, I'm actually thinking about taking out Bastion for Artifact Hunter. Because Spectral Blade is just so good. Let's play around Plasma Storm by backlining both Jaxies. My hand is kind of ass. It's not ass reactively, but he's not gonna play anything. What? What? Was his hand that bad? I guess. Well, we can go again. Omega lol. Indeed. Nice deck. Yeah. Deck building is important. That I really felt that during the tournament. That Sabovet drew like garbage. I do need to remove everything every turn against Songhai. Let's keep this. Because maybe he plays 2 Heartseekers turn 1 or... Wait, then I can't play this, then it's 5 mana XD. I forgot about that. Okay, let's draw first. Bastion in the middle tower is really awkward, is the problem. Because then I can't take mid myself. But I also don't want him to be able to clear Jaxi with a boar, right? Boar and general hit. Actually, it's fine then. He doesn't walk into a mana tile if he comes to hit this Jaxi over here. If I put this here, then I can't hit something he puts in that tile over there. So I think I should actually put Bastion over here. I think Grasp is bad against Songhai. They tend to spread out and not play many minions. Nice. Nice throw blood here is exactly what I want in the early game against Songhai. There's the backline garbage. And we have the perfect answer to that, thanks to Crawler being a 1-drop. We do need to replace first. Nova is too slow against Songhai. Okay, everything going well so far. No damage taken. And I have a board. And I'm not even behind on cards. Well, I am 1, right? But I have 3 cards on board. Bastion doesn't really count. It doesn't do anything. That's not true, actually. It discounts my breath. And gives me a banishing target. And it helps me to summon something in the tile. So let's say I'm 3.5 cards ahead on board. I wouldn't put much weight in best of 1, so the RNG comes in this game for you to justify this fucking card game. Agree, actually. And the funny thing is, this version of Duelyst basically has no RNG. They tried to remove all the RNG in this version, and they did a good job at it. I do want to do the damage with this first. It will make my breath 1 more mana, but don't care. It's not an issue. So let's set up a Heartseeker. Just backlining me in every turn. Typical Songhai stuff. Okay, it is the Face Monkey deck. Okay, easy other breath. Maybe I just keep this hand because I can play the crawler with the breath this turn, and the rest all does out of hand damage. I could also Spectral Blade Blood here. That's more proactive. Because then I put some stuff on the board. I guess it's better. I take only 1 damage from the Chakri. And then I can keep this for when I actually need it, right? For when he drops a threat and I can't deal with it with Spectral Blade Blood here. Yeah, this puts more damage on the board. The other play only puts this on the board. This puts an artifact on my face and a Blood tier extra. I'm actually getting Spectral Blade value against this deck. That's surprising. Because, yeah, exactly, because he plays Flame Blood and 4 wins. This can help me find damage, I guess. This can help me unblock. This is hard to play around when you get really low. It's just not a lot of damage. I would really like a Revenant this turn, you know? Maybe just replace this. He can't really play stuff anymore, right? If I go face here this turn. Okay, I'm not mad getting that back, honestly. It felt a bit risky. I feel like I can punch him because he has only 3 cards in his hand. And I need to put him in Nova range. It's 6 damage, but because of his positioning, I have to override 1 tile, so it's not enough. That means he has only 1 boar left in the deck. Can't Seeker. I don't think... Well, I could play it with something. This is too good this turn. Clears board without me taking damage. Can I risk punching this with Grasp and Novaing his face? If you top deck Spiral, then I die. It's only 1, 2, and then it's only 5 damage. Fucking Revenant is just so much better of a card. Yeah, let's use YOLO because he has 2 cards. But he probably top decks Spiral because it's Songhai. It's not even a tie. He has too much health. Let's see if he drew what he needs. The Spiral technique. That's the only out. He can't top deck 9 damage on 2 cards any other way. 6 is the max without Spiral on 2 cards. Like Flame Blood plus Inner Focus, that kind of stuff. Okay, we got luckier than him. Deserved, to be honest, because he had no cards. Stardust redeemed 1v1. Okay, let's go. Do you know how to add me? It's just for Roka, by the way, so it's not so difficult. Or tell me your in-game name, Stardust. That's also fine. I can also add you. I think the most 8th card in the game is still Mask of Shadows. I think that's actually one of the more fair cards of Songhai. It's relatively interactive. Because, yeah, you can do some positional stuff against it, right? There's nothing you can do against Spiral Technique, Phoenix Fire kind of stuff. Inner Focus to an extent. You can play Provoke, but it's not so reliable against Songhai because of Jux. I break for fortunes while you drew perfect answers and complained that I was sitting back. Hey man, you had 2 cards. You were on 2 cards. I didn't want you to top deck Spiral. And my deck is basically just answers, okay? And 7 drops. But yes, I do agree I drew well that game. You mad bro, forehead. I can't deny I drew well that game. And that you didn't really do anything. Xardas. Are we going to play or no? Because otherwise I'll just play more against Kelvin. Or Decoy if he wants. I also don't know who Xardas is, but he did redeem a 1v1 versus me, so... So I should deliver, I think. But yeah, if he's not gonna reply or add me in game, then it's kind of difficult to honor his request. I'll play another Kelvin game. I can't play him if he replies later. Maybe Xardas is just Kelvin, I don't know. It's also fucking late. Holy shit, it's really late. I didn't notice that. Oh, it's actually not that late, never mind. I'm always confused by this because I have the Dutch clock on my computer, not the Korean clock, even though I live in Korea. That's because of my work. If I don't put the Dutch clock on my computer, then I will miss my work. I will not be on time. Because I always miscalculate, also because of summer and winter time being retarded. He has the Matrix number in his name. Oh yeah, 88, HH, Heil Hitler. Forgot about that. Spectral Blade doesn't really work against him. He has a million face pings. Well, it's better than nothing turn 1 because it breaks Boar. But a real 2-drop would be actually nice, so maybe just also replace the lure. He does play some backline garbage, so I'm a bit scared, but... I don't think I can afford to skip turn 1 against that deck, it's too aggressive. It's fine if you have shit ton of healing, but I only have Rejuve Mystic and I guess Spectral Blade, but that's... This is very unlikely to heal me against his deck. No minions and a lot of face pings. Okay, that's Garbo. I didn't really know what to do with that opening hand, what to replace. Okay, saved by the bell. Maybe turn 1 Spectral Blade is still better because of Boar. This honestly just depends entirely on his hand, right? Like if he has Flame Blood, then it's better to play Mystic turn 1. If it's... Actually, let's play Spectral Blade turn 1. Because against Boar, this is better. Against Flameblood it is worse, but against Flameblood it's still kind of better, because then we at least get the opening gambit from the Mystic after he Flamebloods our face, right? If we play Mystic now, then we get fucked by Boar entirely. If we play Spectral Blade now, we don't get fucked by Boar at all, and only half fucked by Flameblood, is my reasoning here. There is the Boar, as expected. Let's keep this hand. We can play this next turn. That's nice. Don't know if it's worth luring that, but if I don't lure that, then is it worth playing this Mystic? Not really, right? Because it will just be gobbled up. Unfortunately, I can't lure first, so I do have to take 1 damage, but it's also kind of low value because it's not a backline threat. Maybe we just do actually play the Mystic. Keep this for an actual threat. And then we can just blot here the boar. Can we play around boar maybe? If we take mid, he goes here, boar. No, we cannot. We can play around boar in the mana tile though by putting it here. Then he can't play the boar in a mana tile, at least. But then it's also in a completely irrelevant location. So I'm not sure where to put this Mystic. Definitely not here. Then he just runs the boar into the tile and it's for him. So we'll put it forward. Oh, I was gonna test wasting cards. I forgot about that. I should have probably just played Mystic Lure to see what happens. And it's not a total waste of cards because he would also be -1 card if I lure the boar. I'm not surprised because, you know, Kanye is a very open Nazi supporter nowadays, so... I'm not trolling, by the way. I know, because I know how crazy Kanye is in the past few years. I don't even follow celebrity news and I don't like hip-hop, but he's just so famous that you just hear about it anyway. Or I should say infamous at this point. There is indeed some kind of backline threat, so I might be happy to have kept my lure. Ooh, Artifact Hunter, that's new. Or at least I didn't see it before. Maybe it's a different deck. It's also a good Night Sorrow target, but we don't have Night Sorrow now. However, that's fine, because lure works really nicely here with my Spectral Blade. I think healing my own face is not really worth it here. Like this, it's difficult for him to take the tile with a boar. Yeah, it's actually easy either way. Actually, this way it's harder for him. Then he is forced to walk one tile forward if he wants to take the tile with a boar. Because yeah, healing my face for 1 versus having this Mystic at 3 health, meaning 1 boar is not enough to clear board. That seems like a good deal to me. Oh, I'm gonna get backstabbed. I forgot that that's a thing, even though he just played Artifact Hunter. It's pretty retarded for me. We have a Saber Spine, I suppose. Yep. We can clear his artifact at least, but then we don't clear the Tracer. We can just remove it with the breath if we have to, I suppose. You're too slow. Kind of need something behind my back. Maybe I can just ignore that thing. Why didn't I just equip another Spectral Blade to clear this? I think I need to go to sleep. I'm not thinking. I can block this by putting me in here, but then he can backstab me again. I mean, maybe it's just a fucking two... Okay, I'm just more skilled, I guess. Does mean I have to take 2 more damage by hitting his artifact. I think it's a bit risky not to remove it this turn. It also means... Man, he didn't do anything. And I'm just dead. Because of 1 Mask of Shadows combo. Maybe Decoy was right. Like, he can very easily just kill me here now if he has the right cards. Like, he literally didn't do anything. And I'm just dead. After 1 turn. It is my own fault though. So I don't think Decoy was right. Because I could have just put the Mystic behind my back. And I didn't because I wanted to have aggressive positioning. And I didn't think about what he could do, even though he just played a fucking Artifact Hunter. I think aggro is somewhere that small spell relies on 2-3 Kyolot. Yeah, and that doesn't exist in this version of the game. No, but I can assure you that aggressive Songhais are totally viable. Because actually the only games where I felt like I couldn't do anything, where I felt like I just lost no matter if I played well or not, were the games that everyone sometimes has, where you just draw ass, and against Songhai and Control Magmar. And against Control Magmar, that's only if you play certain types of decks. Control Magmar is completely fair if you play an interactive deck yourself, then they're not problematic at all. Can I get a rejuve? Another perfect replace, please. I can't afford to hit anything with my face anymore, so let's replace this. Okay, I guess we just have to pray. Playing the Night Soul here is kind of wasteful, but I need to play as many cards as possible to have a chance of winning. Because I definitely don't have... I have to be very lucky to have even one more turn, you know? That would already be lucky, so I need to finish him ASAP. That's why I wasted the Night Sorrow. Because I could have just blood tiered the boar. It also takes the tile away, that shouldn't matter. There's no way he needs that tile for a lethal when I'm on 2 health. But yeah, Rejuve could have saved us here maybe. Looks like we're alive somehow. Maybe not, maybe he has some cool... I think he might have some cool lethal. Yeah, he does, with OBS Ghost Lighting. That is a cool lethal. It's not even a super easy one. 1, 2, 3 or something, yeah. I'm honestly surprised that he needed a cool lethal. He almost got very unlucky because he had an inner focus, but the only minion in his deck that doesn't have 2 attack, probably. But yeah, this game I could have probably won, now that I know his hand, if I just played the Mystic behind my back. So I don't think Decoy is right that Mask of Shadows is the most 8. Because if he had done that much damage with an inner focus play, then I could have actually not done nothing about it, you know? But that game, yeah, just put it behind your back forehand. And it's not like, yeah, he played fucking Artifact Hunter, so I had no excuse. Okay, that's 8. It doesn't matter where I'm positioning anything because they can hit anywhere on the board. So let's put this here and then replace for an answer. Breath is what we're looking for. Okay, that doesn't work. This just dies to a Heartseeker hit, so no reason to play it. Seems still going, what the fuck? Yeah, but I am going to sleep soon though. Okay, we got one answer to a Heartseeker. Yeah, Breath is a nice answer to this turn 1, but also not, because Breath becomes 5 mana if they have 2 minions on board and you have 0. That would actually be a problem if I cut Bastion for Artifact Hunter. It makes Breath a lot less consistent. Man, that opener is so oppressive though. Maybe not that... Yeah, okay, we lost. Maybe. Maybe it's fine. We can kill both Heartseekers at least. And kill one of the Lantern Foxes. You know, if he doesn't have the right cards, then this Lantern Fox doesn't matter. Twilight Fox, whatever. It's so hard for me to not call this Lantern Fox because the design of this card is what Lantern Fox used to be. Okay, that's both wasteful and not wasteful at the same time. Because it means one of his Heartseekers live. But that just means I banish the blood here. Grasp is actually not good against Songhai. I would unironically rather keep the Revenant. The thing is, removing one Fox doesn't really do anything. Because then he can just still kill me with the other one. But Bloodtick Crawler is not very good either. And if I do get the card I need, Breath, I can't play it if I don't kill his board a little bit. Actually, I'll banish the Bastion because it's useless. Wait, what? I don't have 5 mana yet? Oh, okay. I'm just completely confused by that because, you know, he already played Lantern Fox. So I thought I had 5 mana to banish with the Blood here. So that was a bit of a sleep issue. It's almost 4 AM. 3 AM, whatever. But it might actually be the correct play accidentally, because dealing with one Fox doesn't really do anything, you know? Because then he still has another Fox to kill me with. So maybe this was the correct play anyway. And one of them is down. So I felt like he won turn 2 / turn 1, but he's actually not in that good of a position now. I can deal with this later. It's a bit risky, but 4 cards is not that much. It is actually insane to not kill that. So let's just... Our hand is actually perfect in that case. We just play this turn. To deal with the threats, we even almost deal with the Mask of Shadows that way. And then the next turn we have an answer plus an on-curve minion that is also healing us. The question is, what do I use as a back protector? Because this is obviously a better back protector, but this can hit something. It's just he might have... No, he doesn't have mana for Board Tracer. So it probably is better to play Blood here. And kill the Bastion. I learned from last game. Just put something behind your back. Don't be stupid. Sleep is for the weak anyway. True. That's why I'm the strongest person alive. Because, you know, sleep disorder, by the way. If he just doesn't play anything, then this Jaxi is nice. Because I can play it with Rejuve. Or I can play it with Night Sorrow if I need to. Yeah, I probably need to Night Sorrow instead. We can kill both. With Night Sorrow Lure. So I will keep the Jaxi for 1 turn maybe, in case there's nothing to Revenant. Then this is an okay turn next turn. I definitely have to get rid of this mask now. Otherwise he can just Tracer behind me. So, even though he drew insane proactive plays, like, you know, double Heartseeker turn 1 into turn 2 fucking Twilight Fox against a faction that has no answer to that. we have had an answer to everything anyway, is the weird part. And another thing is that we're basically dead anyway as well. That's also a bit annoying. So, yeah, we have nothing to Revenant, so we're gonna have to play these cards. Maybe I play Jaxi instead because it's actually damage on the board. This does give me an extra card, but I don't really need to find more damage. I already have that. I need to first find an... Yeah. I need to just put him in range of these Revenants, you know? Actually, if I walk this way, then I can body block him with 2 minions and play around Mask of Shadows Tracer. But then the problem is that he can Mask of Shadows my board instead. But that's probably better than him stabbing me, right? Unless I just don't hit with the Night Sorrow, but I need to. Especially because he plays Ghost Lightning as well. And yeah, I need to kill him ASAP. Because he has a hand full of spells. Let's put Jaxi behind our ass, because that's the better blocker. So yeah, this is a bit counterintuitive, walking into backstab. But it actually allows me to play around backstab. Because if I block him here and walk 2 backwards, then Tracer Mask of Shadows backstabs me. And I can't walk 2 backwards, put something behind my back, and block his general hit. And I do want to do that. So yeah, a bit... I'm not sure if it's correct, but there is some logic behind it. Okay, that's a Jux play. So me blocking him didn't do anything. And this is where playing Jax instead of Bastion can really help, because it can help me actually kill something. Sork, another spell he wants. But he doesn't have much mana left, at least. I guess he can pick an Inner Focus or Saberspine Seal for 3 damage. I think that's the best he can do. Or he just... No, Spiral Technique doesn't work because it gets replaced at the end of his turn. If he does a Spiral Technique, I can't really play around it. Unless I don't clear this, and then I'm also dead. Jaxi is useless. Yeah, we could play Mystics, but then we don't clear board, so then we're dead either way. We really just need 1 more mana this turn, and then this is so much better. If he doesn't have Spiral Technique though, then at least he needs something specific. Then he needs 3 damage cards. He either needs 3 damage cards or Tracer Backstab. But yeah, I literally can't play around it. I mean, it's already a bit of a miracle that I'm getting close to winning. Yeah. Like he drew like an actual god this game. That opener is just unbeatable. I also drew well, that's why the game was close. But yeah, it was not really possible to win that. What's that? Is that a yellow fist? Is that a yellow fist? It's so hard for me to read the screen. Hey, Mazer is back. Let me read chat. Hour is still going. Watched like 90 minutes of Eclipse. Well, I am going to sleep now, Mazer. I am pretty tired. So yeah, good question, I guess. Okay, officer, I need your thoughts on Honda. Whatever. I don't care about motorcycles. I like how they made a nugget called Jamie and he was from Hong Kong. What the fuck is SF6? It's not some kind of racing game? Okay, whatever. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I kind of want to play more, but it's too late, I guess. I didn't speak into the mic because I had to move towards my older screen. The chat is on a different screen and it's kind of far away. And also the screen is very small because it's my laptop. It's not a racing game, no. What else does Honda make? I know they kind of make everything, but feel like they mostly make motorcycles, no? Do we play one game more? Because Abra is asking me to. Okay, one more. It's hard to say no. Let's play a different deck though. I've only played this deck. What else do we have? I don't know what's in these decks. Why do I have so many? I barely played this game. Hello? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Maybe... No, it's actually stuck. I can't go back to the first few decks, so I guess I have to choose something here. This is like the only deck that I see here that I think I know what's in the deck, maybe. I think this is Dispel Target Spam Build deck, like the most brain dead vet you can play. I think it's that. I think it has like scarabs and stuff before the change to... This is nice for Rush Boy. Let's keep this hand. It's a bit risky for my turn 2, but we do draw an extra card, so... That's a Primarino. Okay, yeah, it's Sabo and apparently also mid. So maybe it's just a bad deck again. I do have the combo already, but that's 6 mana. And I don't know if Abra is playing control, because when we played earlier against him, he was playing some kind of Twin Fang aggro deck, which means I need Rashas, not Zenrui Blind Scourge. Maybe Blind Scourge is good this turn to get a free trade. Yeah, in Phalanxar, for example. I honestly think that's worth, because this indeed looks like his Twin Fang deck, which means there's nothing really to steal. I guess a Harvester, that's about it. But this is kind of hard. You know, this is really good value in a way. It heals everything for 5 HP, basically. We can steal a 2-rupe with this next turn, so let's replace the Mystic. Okay, more Zenlulz. I just have to think about positioning now. I almost feel like putting this kind of in his face, because then he can't kill a Jaxi with this without getting frenzied. With the egg as well. Wait, no, yeah. This feels a bit risky because it has no attack. I could put it to 2 attack if I don't Blind Scourge first, but I will Blind Scourge first, so... Let's see what happens, I guess. Because the only way he can kill this, I think, is with double Greater Fort. That's not very likely on 4 cards. So maybe just putting this in his face is correct, even though it has no attack. Rushes is nice against his deck. Because, yeah, Twin Fang. I really don't know how to deal with artifacts in this version of the game without Rashas. Maybe I just need to play Bloodtear in every deck. Fucking 2/2 crawler. I know Bloodtear has an even worse body, but the thing is, Bloodtear is super versatile. Crawler is not. there. I haven't seen him play Dark-Tide Frenzy, but him moving there makes me feel like he might play that. No, Frenzy, okay. My Guardian has an attack value now, but he can still net select it, so that's probably what's happening. That's actually good for me, because that means I can Zenwuri it for full value. Oh, never mind. It's only 2 attack, right? Yeah. Oh, he didn't net select. That's good news. I could dispel it and then Zenwuri, but that's really bad value. Oh, it's better to just steal this Primus Fist. Let's just replace this. Oh, nice. Maybe play something big randomly next turn. Does this trigger Portal Guardian twice? I actually don't know that interaction. I think I want to go face with this thing. Kind of ignore the rest of his board, because he seems to not be able to deal with the Guardian, and we can just face fuck him. I don't know if this plays Third Wish, but it seems weird to me to not play Third Wish in a vet deck. Okay, still dies the Plasma Storm. The steel doesn't buff my boy. Very sad. I guess I block Blizzard from attacking my Guardian. The Guardian can still be net selected, but he didn't have it last turn, so meta. Always annoying. Why is he playing meta in an aggro deck? I guess it's just too good not to play, right? I guess I should have cleared more of his minions then. I could have, but I didn't expect him to play meta in a Twin Flame deck. Maybe it's not his Twin Flame deck, I don't know. People can change decks. That is a possibility. I probably don't have a real turn here. Okay, that helps. Mini Jacks. Man, I have to play into fucking Macantor because of the egg. Unless I just don't kill this and kill the Mystic instead. I guess we just Diagonal Staircase. I don't think we can do that positionally because I have to hit the fucking egg. I don't want this to be able to hit my Primus Fist or something, you know? Do I Zen Lul the egg? That seems like a Garbo play. I don't want to play this against Twin Fang deck. I guess I can do it this way. It will kind of play around Macantor. Do we get fucked by the animation thing? No, okay. Okay, I found a way to not allow this Mystic to hit any of my 2-drops and kind of play around Macantor. Man, imagine if this was a Duelyst instead of a Mystic. That would have been nice. We're fine though. We have an HP lead, equal cards, one more card on board. These cards are also more valuable than a 3-2. We have an answer to his biggest threat in his deck. We can steal a Spirit Harvester. This should be hard to deal with for him. I don't know if he plays Net Select. If he does, then it could potentially be very easy for him to deal with it. You have to think a really long time about this Mercantor play. Classic Schmegmar. The Altus can be good. Don't really know what to replace here, because this plus Portal Guardian is definitely better than Scarab 2-drop or just Scarab. But I can't replace this because I can steal a 5/5 and this for Twin Fang. I could also play this as a healing card, I guess, because if it's his Twin Fang deck, the only thing really worth stealing is Harvester. And I don't know if that's really worth stealing, and if I hit this, I'm basically dead already. I don't know if there's healing in this deck. No, let's replace the Altus. Maybe he plays Mana Burn, then it's a complete trash card. It does make sense to play Mana Burn in an aggro deck. This is probably a one-off. I feel like I play this as a one-off in every deck. The problem with Scarab now is that, you know, you can just not take damage on your face from it if you want. I'm just too low because he played a single Mercantor. Why play Spiral Technique if you can do it for 1 mana less and it also kills you 2-drop? Ah, nice. More interaction. Like, I can't do anything about this. I played around Mercantor as much as I could. I mean, we could steal it, but it has 0 attack if I do that, so it doesn't really work. And I can also just Scarab it. So I think this is better. Like, what do you do against this? I dealt with his board as best as I could every turn. And I developed my own threats. But I just couldn't do anything. I do like that he just didn't play Twin Fang this game, actually respecting the Russias. Most people just play artifacts against Vet anyway. But Abra too good. Am I chicken shit for wanting to rush the Mercantor? But it has 4 health, the Mercantor. Or you mean Mystic and then Russias? I felt like playing Russias is a losing play because I can lose to Twin Fang. Not only that, but it's also my only burst in the deck pretty much. And it was obviously a phase race. Like, I hate that you can play around Mercantor and it literally doesn't matter. Because apparently 6 mana 4 damage is good enough. Guess you have to play Rejuve in every deck, but it's such a boring card and not a very good card either. Just don't roll my Fang. Oh, I thought you were being a good player. There with rushes in hand. Yeah, that is pretty funny. I kept it from like turn 2 or something. I don't know if there's Third Wish in the deck because I don't remember what's in the deck, period. Where is it? Because yeah, it's a very old deck. Mid-Sabot was this one. Yeah, it does have triple Third Wish. Didn't see it. And Fury was not a 1-off, but a 2-off. It has fucking Shamans? Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember what was in this deck. Yeah, I feel like if you play board-based decks, then you kind of have to play Rejuve or something, I don't know. Or at least Provokes. I do have the Altus, but it's not very reliable. I've played it, with it a bit in Origins, and it didn't feel bad, even though it has only 2 health. It's not a bad card. Just not... Yeah, it's kind of like Aymara, it's slow. And it can save you, but not likely to. Therefore it seems kind of trash now. Yeah, definitely. I made this deck when Blast still hit multiple targets. I don't think Scarab is really playable now that it hits only 1 target. This was like a rare case where Aymara would have probably been good. If I had played Aymara instead of Scarab on that turn, then, you know, you have to have meta, or otherwise you can't really play the game. That goes for it. You can just play Argon 7. That's really nice with 4-4. That's exactly why I don't like playing Rejuve, besides it being boring. I don't find it fun to play. Is because, yeah, the body is not very good. Like, this is not even that good of a card, right? Veteran Hitter is definitely not bad, but it's not gold. If you play this, you probably heal more than Rejuve. Because imagine someone takes 4 damage, plays Rejuve, so they take no damage, and then you play a Veteran Scimitar. Then they have to trade that Rejuve into the Scimitar and hit it with their general phase. So the Rejuve, in the end, didn't heal at all, right? And then you also need to put a card into killing the egg. And then playing a card means 1 less resource to do damage. So I'm pretty sure a card like this heals you more than Rejuve. Okay, I didn't play against Decoy yet, so I guess we can't sleep. Yeah, this deck is too out of date. Let's not play that. Hello? Okay, I'm bugged again. What is Garbastion? I remember enjoying that deck. Maybe we just play that. I don't know what's in the deck again. But I'm basically just playing decks that I don't know what's inside against decks that I also don't know what the fuck it's going to be. Oh yeah, it's the Bastion deck with a bunch of one-off aspect cards. I don't really remember what's in the deck, but I have a slight idea. I think this is the deck that has a one-off aspect of the worm, for example. And yeah, it can afford playing a bunch of one-offs because of the Bastions, and it has a low curve and it's kind of aggressive. Actually, wasn't this deck doing well for me? I think I even beat Abra Magmar with this, even though it's Venar. I'm pretty sure this was actually my one Venar creation that actually did well. If I remember correctly. Don't really see what I can do with this right now. This and this, or this and this. I guess it's better not to waste the opening gambit, right? Let's not fuck up the Solitude. It plays Chrome Cold. I think it also has Spiral of the Wild as a one-off. I hope anyway, because that's a really that's the type of card that's really good as a one-off. Because it's very bricky, but also situationally overpowered. I think that's the type of card that's good as a one-off. Situationally overpowered, but otherwise a brick. Browsing and refresh on my new decks didn't show up. I didn't even know you made decks in this game. Because I didn't know you were actually playing this again. I've barely played it since it came back, but I've enjoyed it all the time, this version of Duelyst. Like, I even barely get salty. Just a little bit here and there, but nothing like the old days, and that's a good thing. Sometimes you want it to be like the old days. I'm a nostalgic person, but not in the rage aspect. That's a card I almost never play in Vanar because of Flash Freeze, but Flash Freeze can't go face, and that's pretty relevant for artifacts. Oh, cool. That's a new type of deck. Heart Sister will be very strong here. Then I can clear board. Are you good enough here? It's not bad. Because then the Snow Chaser can kill this. Snowpiercer is good against Vanar. I think this is not really good enough. But this is nice with Snowpiercer next turn. Then what do we replace? Because Heart Sister Chrome Cold is really worth replacing for. It's a really strong turn. Kind of want to replace the Snow Chaser, I guess. But if I want to raise it back to kill this, then I can't. I don't know yet what I'm gonna get. I think I will actually just replace the... No, it's a 2-off. I'm gonna replace the Mystic. Okay, then Razor Keck it is. That's not a terrible turn. That was not a bad replace, the Snow Chaser. Because I can't kill my Snow Chaser off first, then drop it in a tile, then play Razorback, right? I need to play the Razorback first. I mean, I could have put the Razorback there, I guess, but then it's... then I can't play the other Snow Chaser in Solitude. Well, I could, but then it would have to be here, like in some really irrelevant location. I try to play around Chrome Cold here. That's also why I put this behind my back. And because I didn't want this to trade into it. I was thinking about putting it in front of me so that it can't go face, but then my Snow Chaser wouldn't go back to my hand, so that was never an option. That would be -1 card. Crystal Cockhair. Blood here fuels Batman. Okay, it looks like a decent Chrome Cold. Chrome Cold. This will hit, well, nothing actually because of the Chrome Cold. So then I just Snowpiercer his face, right? I could also Primus and play another Snow Chaser. Let's replace this one first, we don't need two. Artifacts have Rush, so it's probably better to play the minions. Oh, actually, I definitely don't Snowpiercer this turn. I have to hit this Ghost Wolf. Would be nice to buff them both, but then it really plays into Chrome Cold. If I put Razorback here, Primus Fist there. I could put Primus Fist here, but then Decoy can run away from it. I don't like that. I want to pressure him because he has health advantage and he's probably playing something aggressive because it's a decoy. There's no other way. I don't like that it's in the back line, but there's no other way to play this in Solitude. Not sure if the Solitude matters though. I have a full hand with a bunch of Bastions. But it can be nice for swapping something away, I guess. It's not... It's risky against Venar, right? To Repulsor Beast something away with Hard Sister because they can Hard Sister it back, but... If I have to... I won't have to... Oh, okay, he just lost. Apparently. Maybe he has a handful of garbage. Am I finally going to sleep now, or... Okay, everyone is offline, so I think that answers the question. Did you have a handful of garbage? Yes, right? Anyway, I have to sleep. I think Decoy and Macer and Kelvin also all have to sleep. We're all in Asia. Anyway, thanks for watching. Sorry for being tired, lower energy, but you know. Otherwise I have to stream at Asian times and then only 3 people can watch. Bye!